Chapter 3992. After a long moment of silence, Shu Lingchong took a deep breath to calm himself down before saying, "Steward Ling Hua, I'm not questioning your judgment, but if these two top-grade foundation building pellets are real, does everyone here still think that these precious items worth several thousand pieces of spirit jades coming from a mere clear cloud pavilion disciple like Lin Yi's hands is logical?" With that, even the supervisor of the spirit flowers had nothing to say. The question that Shu Lingchong mentioned was something that everyone else had as well, but after considering that it might be related to Lin Yi's privacy, there was no need to offend him. But now that Shu Lingchong had asked, they could listen to Lin Yi's explanation. In fact, with the manager's testimony, there was no doubt that these two pills were real. The only problem that Lin Yi had to face now was how did these two pills come about? Shu Lingchong had already said that Lin Yi and Kang Mingming were both elixirs refiners, and there was only one question that everyone wanted to know: were these two pills made by Lin Yi himself? Although it was impossible for a newbie from Blue Cloud Pavilion to be able to make these pills, there was a precedent like Zhongliju, so no matter how small the possibility was, there was still a possibility. Not to mention, the possibility of a mere Clear Cloud Pavilion newcomer taking out two top-grade foundation establishing pellets was next to none. Now that the truth was laid out before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. "Lin Yi, aren't you going to explain it to everyone? If you can't give us a good reason, we can totally suspect that you stole it. Giving stolen goods to little sister Lan as a birthday present is not a joke. I don't think I need to explain the consequences, right?" Shu Lingchong thought that he had found Lin Yi's weakness. He laughed coldly. Under the gazes of everyone present, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but fall into hesitation. According to Lin Yi's original plan, he didn't want others to know that he could refine the supreme grade foundation building pill. After all, an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Once this matter was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and it was highly possible that it would lead to unpredictable consequences. With his current insignificant strength, it was very likely that he would be directly captured by some people with ulterior motives and used as an alchemy machine. This was also what he had always been thinking. The reason why there was no interaction with the pill hall. His strength was too low. If he was at the golden core stage, he wouldn't be like this. Therefore, he gave the gift to Shangguan Lena in private today in order to avoid people's eyes and ears and prevent people from spreading the news. The reason why he chose to give Shanghai Lena a supreme-grade foundation-building pill was purely out of good intentions. After all, with a woman like Murong Zhan eyeing her covetously, even if Shanghai Lena was the young mistress, she would not be able to do anything to her. It was better to increase his own strength as soon as possible. To Shanghai Lena, a person who doesn't like to cultivate, the foundation building pill, which has no side effects, was the most suitable gift. Plus, the grass of heart devouring was already guaranteed. Lin Yi didn't have to worry about not having enough foundation building pills to use in a short period of time. Therefore, giving the two ready-made foundation building pills to Shanghai Lena was not inappropriate. He didn't think that under a freak combination of factors, the fact that the two foundation establishment pills were exposed in front of everyone really caught Lin Yi off guard. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have given her any foundation building pills. However, since things have progressed to this stage, it was too late to regret. There were two answers. Either he personally refined it, or he obtained it through other means. Both had their own pros and cons. This was a matter of life and death in the future. Before answering, Lin Yi had to think carefully. If he directly admitted that he personally refined it, the risk could be said to be extremely high. Taking a step back, even if he wasn't captured and used as an alchemy machine, Shu Lingchong would definitely hate him even more. There would only be more trouble in the future. Even though the spiritual flower could take care of him, there would always be a time when it couldn't. If he changed to another answer, saying that these two supreme-grade foundation-building pills were not personally refined by him, even though at first glance, it would indeed be able to avoid the risk of becoming a public enemy. However, with his identity as a newcomer in Blue Cloud Pavilion, it was easier said than done to fabricate a legitimate story in such a short period of time. Everyone present was an experienced and knowledgeable person. No matter how hard Lin Yi racked his brains, as long as it was a lie that he made up at the last minute, there was at least a 90% chance that it would be exposed in front of everyone. It would not be any lower than this. This risk was really too great. Once the lie was exposed in front of everyone, he would be in a completely passive situation. At that time, if Shu Lingchong took the opportunity to fan the flames and suspected that the 2 supreme-grade foundation building pills were not obtained through legitimate means, then it would really be troublesome. Perhaps, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ram Jie, would personally make a move and use the soul-searching technique on Lin Yi. It was difficult to advance, but it was also difficult to retreat. No matter what choice he made, it was extremely risky. At this moment, Lin Yi felt like he was being roasted on a stake and was suffering. In the end, Lin Yi secretly clenched his teeth and prepared to admit that he personally refined the pills. Even though this was also full of danger, it was still better than the second outcome, which was to become a superstar that received the attention of many big shots. As long as he was careful in everything he did in the future, there was always a chance that he could fight for a chance of survival. However, just as Lin Yi was preparing to lay his cards on the table helplessly, Hong Zhong, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I can be a witness to the origin of these 2 supreme-grade foundation building pills of young hero Lin, because these 2 pills came from the Hong Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, everyone present was in an uproar. Even Lin Yi himself could not help but be slightly startled. However, he did not show it too much, and very soon, he hid this surprise in the bottom of his heart. Lin Yi did not expect that, without any prior communication, Hong Zhong would actually suddenly stand out to help him out of this predicament. The risk that he had to bear in this was not a little bit. After all, now that Lin Yi had appeared with his original face, in theory, Hong Zhong should not have seen him before. Even if, judging from his figure and temperament, Hong Zhong suspected that he might be the second Lin that he had dated several times, it could only be regarded as a suspicion at most, and should not be 100% sure. Under the premise that the identity could not be confirmed, Hong Zhong rashly stood out to smooth things over for Lin Yi. This could be said to be poles apart from his usual steady and shrewd style of doing things. However, it was precisely this point that displayed his unique and awesome side. Chapter 3993. Just through the 2 ultimate grade foundation building elixirs and that box, he has the confidence to confirm that I am Lin Er, and he dares to stand up for me at this critical moment. This time, I really owe him a big favor. Lin Yi could not help but feel grateful in his heart. At a distance of nearly 60 meters, Lin Yi and Hong Zhong looked at each other from a distance and nodded tacitly. Everything was said without words. Seeing that Hong Zhong personally came forward to testify for Lin Yi, this time, even Shu Lingchong was dumbfounded. Before facing manager Ling Hua, Shu Lingchong at least had the idea of bowing to him on the wrist, but facing Hong Zhong, the big boss of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he really did not have the guts to question him. As the full representative of the Hong Chamber of Commerce in the North Island, in terms of power and status, Hong Zhong was almost no lower than any senior elder of the 3 pavilions. Even compared with his grandfather, Shu Yuanjing, he was not inferior at all. Even if Shu Lingchong had a few more guts, he would absolutely not dare to open his mouth and question Hong Zhong in front of so many big shots in such a public place. If he dared to do so, there would only be one end for him in the end, and that would be asking to be humiliated. However, not being able to question Hong Zhong face to face did not mean that he would easily let go of Lin Yi. Shu Lingchong had an idea and said to Lin Yi, "Since Mr. Hong has personally come forward to testify, then I will no longer doubt the authenticity and origin of these 2 ultimate grade foundation building elixirs. However, I want to know, Lin Yi, as a newcomer of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, where did you get so many spiritual jades to buy these 2 ultimate grade foundation building elixirs?" If there was no reasonable explanation for this question, it would also be very fatal. Generally speaking, there were only 2 sources of spirit jades for newcomers. The first was the monthly salary that the welcoming pavilion gave them, but it was only a trifling piece. The second was obtained through some low-level tasks, such as going to the Spirit Jade Hall to mine and so on. Although this reward was slightly higher than the salary, it was still pitifully little. 2 top-grade foundation building pills would cost at least several thousand spiritual jades. It was impossible for a newcomer to afford them with his meager income. Furthermore, Lin Yi was a grassroots newcomer of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, he had come from the secular world, so he had no background to speak of. Where did he get such a huge sum of spiritual jades to purchase the top-grade foundation building pills? There was definitely something fishy about it. However, Lin Yi was burning with rage. If he had the strength and wasn't a newbie, who would dare to ask him this? There were so many gifts, yet no one asked about the origin of the gifts, and no one even asked about the origin of the spiritual jades used to purchase the gifts. However, Shu Lingchong had repeatedly made things difficult for him. Relying on his identity as the big senior brother in charge and his grandfather's power, very few people interfered. Hong Zhong had originally wanted to be a good person to the end, and help Lin Yi to dodge this question. After all, if Lin Yi stumbled on this question, his previous protection would be in vain, and he himself would even be implicated. However, before he could speak, Lin Yi had already answered without hesitation. About this, previously, Meng Jueguang organized a large group of people, and inexplicably took the initiative to send spiritual jades to me. 3 for 1, and 4 for 1. He said that my spiritual jades were good, and could be used to carve some kind of spiritual jade carving for Miss Shangguan. With so many people rushing to send spiritual jades to me, naturally, I have more and more spiritual jades on hand. Shu Lingchong was stunned when he heard this. He had vaguely heard about this matter from his subordinates, but at that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, so he didn't look for Meng Jueguang to understand the specific situation. Even if Meng Jueguang wants to make a spiritual jade carving, he only needs 1 or 2 pieces. How could he let a large group of people rush to send spiritual jades to you? Do you think they are all fools? Shu Lingchong's mind turned, and he immediately sneered and questioned. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was not flustered. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Whether they are fools or not, I'm not sure. Anyway, when they came to exchange spiritual jades with me, they used this excuse. If young Master Shu doesn't believe me, why don't you ask Meng Jueguang? This matter was organized by him, and the one who exchanged the most and the most diligent was also him. As for the reason, only he himself knows the best. Fuck." Shu Lingchong couldn't help but curse in front of the crowd. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, he forcefully swallowed the second half of the sentence. "Motherfucker, Meng Jueguang has long been dead, why would I ask?" This time, Shu Lingchong was really helpless. With the death of Meng Jueguang, it could be said that the dead could not testify. Regarding the matter of exchanging spiritual jades, apart from Lin Yi himself, among all the people present, only Shu Lingchong and Kang Mingming had heard about it. However, because they didn't get involved, they didn't know the specific situation. The two of them only roughly knew that Meng Jueguang and his group should be exchanging useless jades for the good jades in Lin Yi's hands, and it was impossible for them to send spiritual jades to him as Lin Yi said. After all, Meng Jueguang and his group were not fools. However, if they wanted to expose Lin Yi's lies, they had to confront the people who exchanged spiritual jades with him. This was not easy to operate. Firstly, these people were not at the scene. There were so many important people present, and they wouldn't keep waiting here for such a small matter. Secondly, even if they found these people now, it would be difficult to make them speak the truth in public. One should know that the act of exchanging useless jades as good jades in private was a fraud that the 3 great pavilions and the Chamber of Commerce Alliance had explicitly prohibited. Once it was exposed, one would be severely punished. Who would dare to take such a risk? Seeing that Shu Lingchong couldn't speak for a long time, Shanghai Lena finally found an opportunity to beat up Lin Yi. "Now you can't say anything, right? You actually suspect this and that about my junior brother. I don't know who is the one who has a guilty conscience." Shu Lingchong was choked speechless. Although he was very unwilling to let Lin Yi escape, things had already come to this. In his heart, he also knew that even if he held on to Lin Yi's weak points and refused to let go, it would be very difficult to kill him. There was only one reason. The important people present had already started to not stand on his side. If he continued to be entangled like this, not only would he not be admired by others, he would instead be hated by others. The gains did not make up for the losses. The root cause of all this was none other than one person, Hong Zhong. Actually, most of the people present could see that Lin Yi's final explanation about the source of the spiritual jades had many unbeknownst to them. Simply relying on this point to completely explain the source of the thousands of spiritual jades was actually very far-fetched and not very tenable. Chapter 3994. They belonged to different factions. Hong Zhong was not a member of the three great pavilions at all and was not under anyone's jurisdiction. Instead, many high-level cultivators asked to help him. Who would be so stupid to offend him? Now that Xu Lingchong had given up, the others naturally wouldn't chase after Lin Yi anymore. Lin Yi could finally heave a sigh of relief as he successfully got through this crisis. However, Lin Yi also knew in his heart that after being targeted by Xu Lingchong, he would inevitably be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. Not to mention other things, at least at this moment, the way Yuzhe looked at him was a little strange. When he used the identity of Lin to compete with Yuzhe for the Star Inkstone, Hong Zhong's attitude towards him was also very polite. After that, Hong Zhong protected him several times. This was seen by Yuzhe from the beginning to the end. Yuzhe originally had doubts about Lin Yi. Hong Zhong's performance today became a rare piece of evidence. Who knows, from today onwards, Lin Yi's suspicion would surpass Kang Mingming's and become their number one suspect again. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. Coming to this birthday party today, he had gained a lot of knowledge, but it had also left behind many hidden dangers and troubles in the future. The saying enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road was really true. At this time, Shanghai Lena trotted over with the little curly bear. She moved in front of Lin Yi and suggested, "Little junior brother, there are too many blind people here. Let's go to the third floor." No matter how simple Shanghai Lena was, after what happened just now, she had already seen that with Lin Yi's awkward identity appearing in such a high-end gathering where important people gathered, once he was slightly targeted, it was easy to become a target of public criticism. And in this kind of place, although Shanghai Lena was the first miss of Soaring Sky Pavilion, the others were not weak and their background would not lose to her too much. After all, she was not Shanghai Tianhua herself. If she wanted to suppress people to protect Lin Yi like she did outside, it was not very effective. Unless her grandfather, Shangguan Tianhua, personally said something. Alas, Shangguan Tianhua hadn't even heard of Lin Yi before, and his identity was special as well. Every move he made in a situation like this would be interpreted in all sorts of ways. Why would he stand up for someone he didn't know anything about? Therefore, for Lin Yi, this could be said to be a place of trouble. Even if he had just escaped a disaster, there would be trouble sooner or later if he continued to stay here. It was better to find a place to avoid attention. For Shanghai Lena, Lin Yi was well aware of her intentions, but he still asked, "Is this okay? Little senior sister, you are also the protagonist today. Now the birthday party is only halfway through. It's not good to leave halfway, right?" Shanghai Lena smiled and said, "What's good about it? Little junior brother, you don't know this. Holding a birthday party for me is actually just a pretense. These high and mighty people have always been concerned about standing in line and power. Why would they care about whether a little girl like me is here or not?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. But thinking about it carefully, Shanghai Lena's words were also reasonable. In this kind of occasion where the big shots gathered, the protagonist could only be one thing: power. "Well, thank you little senior sister for your kindness." Lin Yi thought about it and nodded. Although following Shangguan Lan like this might cause gossip and even some rumors, it was better than continuing to stay here, being despised by others for nothing, and bearing those unpredictable risks. After the two agreed, they immediately got up and prepared to go upstairs with the little curly bear. However, when they just walked to the stairs, they were stopped. With Shanghai Lena's identity, ordinary people naturally didn't dare to stop her. But at this time, the person who stopped in front of the two was the organizer of this birthday party, Xu Lingchong. "Little junior sister Lan where are you going? The party is only halfway through." Xu Lingchong had a fake smile on his face. Xu Yuanjing just reminded him that he must grab hold of this key person. Naturally, he couldn't let Shanghai Lena and Lin Yi slip away quietly. If a single man and a single woman caused any immoral things, then it would have nothing to do with Xu Lingchong anymore. Where this young miss wants to go is none of your business. Shanghai Lena rolled her eyes at him and snorted in dissatisfaction. Before this, although she hated Shu Lingchong very much, but because of the face of a senior, she could still barely pinch her nose and feign civility. But today, after seeing Shu Lingchong's hateful face of making things difficult for Lin Yi, she felt disgusted even feigning civility with him. So, she might as well shed all pretense of cordiality and save herself from feeling disgusted in the future. Shu Lingchong couldn't help but choke. He had never been so disdainful and despised in his face, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck, this woman found a wild man, and even the tone of her speech is different. What a bitch. If it wasn't for him having misgivings about Shanghai Lena's identity, Shu Lingchong had the intention to drag this adulterous couple outside and directly chop them into pieces. But unfortunately, he couldn't. Not only could he not, he had to be patient and properly serve this young miss, otherwise, if his grandfather, Shu Yuanjing, were to find out that he was despised by this young miss, then wanting to take over the Shu family in the future would become a daydream. Oh what? This young miss hates fellows like you that have a bellyful of evil tricks and a bellyful of crafty schemes. Quickly move aside for this young miss. Shanghai Lena snorted angrily as she asked Shu Lingchong to move aside. The corners of Shu Lingchong's mouth twitched, and he forcefully suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he forced a smile and said, "Junior sister, you've really misunderstood me. I suspected Lin Yi earlier because I wholeheartedly thought for you, and I was deeply afraid that you would be deceived by others. Never mind, I was misled by this kid Kang Mingming earlier, and I was indeed slightly rash and offended young hero Lin. Why don't I take this opportunity to toast a cup of wine to young hero Lin, and take it as a token of apology?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Lingchong gestured to the servant beside him to pass over a cup of wine, and he personally poured a cup for Lin Yi and himself before passing it over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked on coldly from the side, and he didn't extend his hand to receive it. He didn't believe that this fellow, Shu Lingchong, would really be so kind and sincerely apologize to him while accompanying him in drinking. "Young hero Lin, this young master is personally apologizing to you. You wouldn't be unwilling to even give this little bit of face, right? As men, we can't be so lacking in magnanimity, right?" Shu Lingchong laughed in ridicule, and then he seemed to have recovered from his shock as he slanted his eyes and looked disdainfully at Chen Shi. "Speaking of which, young hero Lin, you wouldn't be afraid that there's poison in the wine, right? Do you really think that our Heaven Stage Island is as dirty and despicable as your secular world? So petty, you really can't see the world." Chapter 3995. Change wine glasses. Even little junior sister Lan doesn't trust your senior brother. Shu Lingchong's brows raised when he heard this, and then he puckered his lips helplessly. "All right, then change wine glasses. In any case, your senior brother is magnanimous, and there's nothing that can't be seen in the light." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Lingchong didn't hesitate in the slightest to do as he said, and he gave others the feeling as if there really wasn't anything fishy about this, and he was purely toasting and apologizing to Lin Yi. Lin Yi originally didn't want to drink this cup of wine from him. After all, there were all sorts of extraordinary things in the cultivation world, and it wasn't like the mortal world that only had those few medicines that everyone knew of. If Shu Lingchong really wanted to add something into the wine, then even with Lin Yi's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to notice it. If he were to fall into Shu Lingchong's trap because of this, then who knew what unforeseen consequences would occur. But since Shanghai Lena had already said so, it wasn't good for him to disregard it like this, and he could only receive Shu Lingchong's wine cup. "Young hero Lin, this young master will drink first as a sign of respect. Please." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Lingchong directly drained the wine in a single gulp. Lin Yi brought the wine cup close to his nose and sniffed it, and besides the wine fragrance and spirit energy that filled his nose, he didn't notice anything unusual. Shu Lingchong sneered endlessly in his heart when he saw this scene. How could the methods I use be so easily exposed? It's simply wishful thinking and naive to the point it's cute if you want to smell something wrong purely by relying on your nose. Lin Yi still didn't have the confidence in his heart, but since this was exchanged from Shu Lingchong, then even if Shu Lingchong had really added something into the wine, it would surely not be something that could kill him in a short period of time. Otherwise, even if Shu Lingchong held the antidote in his hand, it was difficult to guarantee that nothing would go wrong after being delayed for a while by Lin Yi. Moreover, this was a critical occasion where great figures had converged after all. If he were to really use poisoned wine to cause someone's death, then Shu Lingchong would have to bear the consequences. After all, Shanghai Lena could testify that the wine that Lin Yi drank came from him. Therefore, one thing that Lin Yi could be sure of was that even if something was added to the wine, it would at most be some unorthodox supplementary ingredients. There would be some effect in a short period of time, but it would definitely not be too strong, nor would it leave any obvious after-effects. Shu Lingchong was not an idiot. Lin Yi could even further speculate that if this fellow really wanted to add something, then the effect would probably not be easily noticed from the beginning to the end. It was very likely that even if the effect took effect, it would be misunderstood as drunkenness. What? Young hero Lin still doesn't dare to drink it. This is slightly not giving this young master any face, and it's too embarrassing, right? Shu Lingchong urged right away when he saw Lin Yi not moving for a long time. Since you're begging me to drink it, I'll drink it. At this moment, the gazes of the surrounding people had already been attracted over. Lin Yi couldn't continue to refuse and hesitate, so he immediately smiled and drank the wine in the cup. Very good, you can pick up and let go. This is the tolerance that a true man should have. Shu Lingchong smiled proudly without a trace. He turned around and poured another cup for Lan and said, "Junior sister Lan, today is your birthday. I, as your senior brother, should toast you a cup. Junior sister, you won't refuse, right?" Lana originally didn't want to bother with this annoying fellow, but when she saw Shanghai Tianhua and Shu Yuanjing looking over from afar, she couldn't just brush her sleeves and leave. She could only take the wine cup patiently and said with a pout, "Let me make it clear first. I'm not giving you face, I'm giving face to your grandfather. You don't have any face in my eyes. This bitch." Shu Lingchong was infuriated by these words. In the past, when Lin Yi hadn't appeared, although Lana sometimes had the temper of a young miss, in his eyes, her flaws couldn't obscure her beauty. But now, after he saw her colluding with Lin Yi, the more he looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was a scoundrel who could sleep with anyone. They were a pair of dogs. Yes, junior sister Lana is a proud daughter of the heavens. Not anyone can give face to her. Shu Lingchong nodded and smiled apologetically, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a sly arc. No matter what you say, as long as you drink this cup of wine, you won't have the final say in the future. Shanghai Lena snorted and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Shu Lingchong anymore. She immediately raised her head and was about to drink the wine. Anyway, this was a special spiritual wine. She had drunk a lot since she was young, so drinking a few cups wasn't a problem at all. Lin Yi, who was at the side, was a little worried. Shu Lingchong's actions clearly showed that there was something fishy. If it was as he expected, something must have been added to this spiritual wine. With Lin Yi's strength and willpower, he didn't care much about it, but if it was put on Shanghai Lena, then it was hard to say. However, just when Shu Lingchong's scheme was about to succeed, the little curly bear suddenly jumped onto Shanghai Lena's body. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was unprepared, he actually licked the wine clean in one gulp. "Little White, you little drunkard." Shanghai Lena instantly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this scene was unexpected, it was within reason. It wasn't the first time that the little curly bear had secretly drunk spiritual wine. In fact, this fellow had already displayed the potential of a drunkard since he was young. Ever since he fell into a wine jar and became drunk, the little fellow would steal any wine he saw. He had never let go of a chance like this, so of course, he wouldn't let go of such an opportunity before him. This time, Shu Lingchong was dumbfounded. He had tried so hard to make Shangguan Lan drink the spiritual wine, but in the blink of an eye, it went into the stomach of the little curly bear. What the hell was this? "All right, now Little White has drunk it on behalf of me. You're fine now, right? Quickly make way for me." Shanghai Lena raised her head towards Shu Lingchong. This can't be counted, right?" Shu Lingchong quickly poured another glass of wine and wanted to make Shanghai Lena drink it. Unfortunately, Miss Shangguan didn't even look at him. She directly called out to Lin Yi, bypassed him and went upstairs. Fuck. Shu Lingchong could only curse gloomily. If it wasn't for this kind of public occasion, he would even have the intention to force Shanghai Lena to drink it. Although this plan was an impromptu idea, whether it could be successfully completed or not was related to his future. He couldn't allow any mistakes. However, now that Shanghai Lena had already brought Lin Yi upstairs, no matter how Shu Lingchong lowered his head and stamped his feet, it was already futile. At this time, if he forcefully followed up and forced Shanghai Lena to drink, it would be too conspicuous. He was afraid that everyone present would start to suspect his motives. Chapter 3996. A wisp of a sinister sneer flashed on the corners of Shu Lingchong's mouth as he withdrew a small yellow pill from his bosom and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. This was precisely the antidote that he'd prepared for himself in advance. Before he'd apologized to Lin Yi earlier, he'd already expected that Lin Yi wouldn't trust him, and it was only logical that he'd brought up the matter of exchanging wine cups. Thus, he'd added supplementary ingredients into the entire jug of spirit wine that he'd prepared. No matter who drank it, no matter which cup of wine they drank, they would surely fall for it, and there was no possibility of escaping. Just as Lin Yi had speculated earlier, the supplementary ingredients that Shu Lingchong had added into the spirit wine weren't some potent ingredients with obvious effects. After all, the current situation was too sensitive. It had to be known that the great figures seated downstairs were all people with remarkable abilities, and even the slightest bit of unusual movements wouldn't be able to escape their perception. Thus, even if it was a drug that was added into the wine, it had to be a drug that wouldn't cause others to suspect it. The drug that Shu Lingchong used this time was called immortal intoxication, and it was a type of simple hallucinogenic drug. During the period when the drug took effect, it would cause one's mind to be in a trance, and thus achieve the same effect as drunkenness. According to legend, this was a type of drug that specifically targeted at confusing the divine sense of cultivators. Although its effects weren't considered violent and wouldn't cause death, and there weren't any side effects afterwards, but when the drug took effect, even immortals wouldn't be able to endure it. Thus, it had the name of immortal intoxication. Immortal intoxication was colorless and tasteless, and its effects were exactly the same as drunkenness. Thus, even if Lena and Lin Yi were to drink it in front of so many great figures, and even if the drug took effect, it wouldn't arouse any suspicions. It was even to the extent that the person involved might not be able to notice it. This was the unique point of immortal intoxication. Perhaps this effect wasn't formidable, but if it was placed in some special situations, it was extremely practical and practically didn't carry any risks. Just like right now, it was a superb weapon to help Shu Lingchong succeed. After the drunk immortal was taken with the spirit wine, it would slowly take effect over a period of time, and the medicinal effect would gradually increase from weak to strong. This was like the process of boiling a frog in warm water. When the medicinal effect reached its peak, even the gods would not be able to withstand it, let alone a mere Lin Yi. According to Shu Lingchong's original plan, before Shanghai Lena and Lin Yi went upstairs, he would make them drink the immortal drunk. This way, when the effects of the drug were at its strongest, both of them would be in a trance. At that time, if he wanted to do anything, it would be completely up to him, young Master Shu, and it would be effortless. But now, Lin Yi had drunk the drunk immortal, but Shanghai Lena had not. If Shu Lingchong wanted to smoothly execute his next opportunity, he would have to spend a little more effort. Fortunately, Shanghai Lena's strength was weak. With the strength of Shu Lingchong's foundation establishment great perfection, it was really easy to deal with her without leaving a trace. Moreover, he could guarantee that he wouldn't expose any clues. While Shu Lingchong was scheming and preparing for the next step, Lin Yi followed Shanghai Lena to the third floor. Although he had been carefully feeling every change in his body, he still didn't feel any obvious abnormality. Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter in his heart. There were only two possibilities to explain this. Either Shu Lingchong didn't drug her, or he really did drug her, and the drug was just as he had speculated, the medicinal effect wasn't fierce or fatal. Just as Lin Yi was muttering, the little curly bear next to him began to act up. The little guy stumbled, swayed his body, and jumped up and down everywhere. When he saw a table, he would climb, and when he saw something, he would smash it. He had the posture of a child who had gone berserk. Lin Yi looked at this scene dumbfounded. He had never seen the little curly bear be so violent. He couldn't help but be speechless and asked curiously, "What's wrong with it?" Shanghai Lena, on the other hand, had an expression as if she was used to it. She shrugged and said, "What else can it be? This little guy is acting crazy because of the alcohol. In the past, every time he secretly drank wine, he would be like this. But today is a little strange. Why is it like this after just 1 cup? In the past, he would drink a lot, but his alcohol tolerance isn't so bad." Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head thoughtfully. No matter how good the little guy's alcohol tolerance is, it also depends on what kind of wine it drinks. Even if it can drink 1,000 cups and not get drunk, there are some wines that it will get drunk after drinking only 1 cup. What kind of wine is it drinking? Xiao Bai used to drink spiritual wine, so there's no difference. Shanghai Lena seemed to understand but didn't understand. Lin Yi smiled and didn't speak. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. He began to circulate his mental cultivation method to get rid of the effect of the spiritual wine he just drank. Through the performance of the little curly bear, Lin Yi could now be 100% sure that the situation he had just speculated was completely correct. Xu Lingchong really added supplementary materials to the spiritual wine. The endurance of the little curly bear was far worse than that of a cultivator, so the effect of the medicine took effect so quickly. If it was Lin Yi himself, it should take a while for the effect to take effect. No matter what, as long as it was not a violent and fatal poison, Lin Yi had a way to deal with it calmly. He himself was a healing master, and being poisoned was also a kind of internal injury. However, Lin Yi soon discovered that although the medicine in his body was not violent and fatal at all, it was continuous. Every time it felt like it could be easily removed, but every time it came back immediately. After a long time, there was no sign of it being eradicated. This thing is really hard to deal with. Lin Yi shook his head, speechless. He'd always been confident that he'd be able to recover quickly no matter how heavy his injuries were, but this little medicine that wasn't even close to being fatal was like a sticky plaster that wouldn't go away no matter how hard he tried, leaving him helpless. Lin Yi still didn't know that he was in drunk immortal at the moment. Even gods could only get drunk, how could it be so easy to get rid of it? However, even if he couldn't completely remove the medicine in a short time, Lin Yi must try his best. This way, he could still control the situation in his body and not go crazy like the little curly bear. If nothing unexpected happened, Xu Lingchong should take action soon. Otherwise, he couldn't just put some medicine to help him get drunk. "Little junior brother, what are you doing?" Seeing Lin Yi's weird look, Shanghai Lena couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, I can't handle the alcohol, so I'm trying to get rid of it." Lin Yi smiled non-committally. "Get rid of the alcohol? Little junior brother, you just drank a cup and you can't handle the alcohol? How are you going to socialize with these old foxes in the future? It seems that little senior sister has to get you a few jars of top-grade spirit wine in the future so that you can practice well." Shanghai Lena still didn't understand the reason and giggled. Chapter 3997. While they were talking, the little curly bear had already turned the place upside down. Although this little guy had no strength, when he was drunk, his destructive power was really not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, he had already demolished half of the house. If it went on like this, the whole 3rd floor of Huiyang restaurant would probably fall. Seeing the little curly bear picked up the giant scissors used to trim the giant bonsai in the house and waved it around, and it might hurt itself if it was not careful, Shanghai Lena had no choice but to catch up with it and comfort it. However, before she could catch up with it, her neck was immediately hit by a knife. Her eyes rolled up and she directly fainted. At the same time, this person didn't even let the little curly bear go. He was kicked to the corner. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was meditating in the distance, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he saw this scene. At the same time, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, showing a trace of as expected smile. The person was Xu Lingchong. "Young hero Lin, you probably didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, did you?" Xu Lingchong kicked the little curly bear aside, then glanced at Shangguan Lan who was unconscious on the ground, and sat on a large chair with a greedy look in his eyes, with the posture of a superior. Lin Yi raised his head and looked at him. He imitated the little curly bear and shook his head. His eyes were absent-minded, and he didn't answer. Shu Lingchong suddenly laughed. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Young hero Lin just drank wine, and now you should be in a daze, right? A bumpkin from the secular world like you should have never drunk such high-grade spirit wine. Do you think all spirit wines have such a strong aftertaste? Ha ha ha, drunk immortal can even put down immortals. A grassroot ant like you can taste the taste of drunk immortal before you die. It's not a waste of your life. Lin Yi still didn't respond. In Shu Lingchong's eyes, Lin Yi's mind was completely in a trance. He was barely keeping his eyelids open and maintaining the last bit of consciousness. Maybe he wouldn't be able to bear it in the next moment. Not to mention Lin Yi's insignificant strength, even a master in the peak of Zhuji realm like Shu Lingchong couldn't bear the effect of drunk immortal. Shu Lingchong sneered, and his gaze carried lust as it swept up and down Shanghai Lena's exquisite and delicate body, and he was extremely covetous. Although Shanghai Lena looked like a little girl at first glance, and her figure was not as mature and charming as Murong Zhen's, she had a bit more of a youthful and pure temptation. Especially with the noble identity of Shanghai Tianhua's only granddaughter, even Shu Lingchong, who was a veteran of the pleasures scene, could not hold himself back at this moment. Seeing that Shu Lingchong was about to touch Shangguan Lena's body, Lin Yi suddenly let out a muffled groan. He seemed to be struggling to get up, but his four limbs did not listen to him. He tried to get up a few times and fell down a few times. He was simply unable to stand firmly. Ayo, even after drinking the immortal drunk, you can still retain the last bit of consciousness. Young hero Lin, you really can be considered a top-notch character. This young master has really underestimated you. Shu Lingchong had a ridiculing smile on his face as he walked over and squatted down in front of Lin Yi. Fine, just because of this rare performance of yours, this young master will let you die with understanding today. You. What do you want to do? Lin Yi rolled his eyes as he spoke with an unclear voice. What does this young master want to do? Isn't that something very clear? With good wine and beautiful women here, having a drunken mess is all human nature. What do you think, young hero Lin? Shu Lingchong glanced complacently at the unconscious Shanghai Lena, and could not help but swallow his saliva. Drunken mess. Lin Yi's heart instantly quivered. Although he had already guessed this before, hearing it personally from Shu Lingchong, it was still somewhat inconceivable. If it was any other woman, Shu Lingchong, young Master Shu, could have as many as he wanted. But who was Shanghai Lena? She was the beloved daughter of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master, Shanghai Tianhua. If Shu Lingchong dared to touch even a strand of her hair, the only outcome would be death. But now, this fellow was actually prepared to force himself on her. Shu Lingchong, this fellow, had eaten the guts of a leopard, or was his brain overflowing with sperm? Even if he was courting death, he shouldn't do it in such a way. You think it's inconceivable? You think that this young master shouldn't have such big guts? Ha ha ha. Shu Lingchong laughed complacently, and sinisterly pointed at Lin Yi. Young hero Lin, please rest assured. I really don't have the guts to force myself on junior sister Lan but this young master really can't bear to part with junior sister Lan So after thinking about it, I can only ask you to help me reluctantly. What kind of help? Lin Yi continued to pretend to be confused. Shu Lingchong glanced at him disdainfully, got up, and walked towards Shanghai Lena. Of course it's to take the blame for this young master. Young hero Lin, you were drunken mess, and forced yourself on junior sister Lan In the end, you were discovered by this young master and killed in one move. After that, this young master can show his magnanimity, disregard the former enmity, and accept junior sister Lan who has already become a used woman. How about it? This young master's move will gain both fame and fortune, right? You're really despicable. Lin Yi was secretly shocked when he heard this. If he really followed Shu Lingchong's plan, as long as he splashed dirty water on me, a dead man, there would be no evidence, and there really wouldn't be any loopholes. Despicable? Humph, only the weak who failed will keep such ignorant and stupid words hanging on the corner of their mouths. Shu Lingchong paused, turned his head, and sneered. This young master has to thank young hero Lin. If it weren't for you being so close to junior sister Lan this young master wouldn't be able to find such an opportunity and excuse. Maybe I might not be able to get close to her even after waiting for a few decades. Now, I can finally get what I want. This young master can finally be the son-in-law of Shanghai Tianhua, and your contribution can't go unnoticed. Ha ha ha. After that, Xu Lingchong couldn't wait. He took out a small bottle of potion from his arms, turned around, and was about to pour it into Shanghai Lena's mouth. This was the immortal drunk he had prepared. Since he couldn't let Shanghai Lena drink it with the spiritual wine just now, he could only force it on her now. Although she had been knocked unconscious now, she might wake up later. It was safer to let her be in a trance. With a ferocious and wild smile on his face, after drinking the immortal drunk, Xu Lingchong pulled up Shanghai Lena's belt with one hand and was about to undress her. He had imagined this action for many years, and he had practiced it very skillfully on other women. It was true that there were few female cultivators in the 3 pavilions of the North Island, but with his identity, it was very easy for him to find a few women to play with. He didn't need to ask at all, and Lu Tianyu and other people would take the initiative to do it for him. Chapter 3998. He watched helplessly as Xu Lingchong pulled open his belt with one hand and Shangguan Lena's body was about to appear in front of him without any obstruction. Finally, Lin Yi, who had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly exploded. With Xu Lingchong's foundation establishment Great Circle strength, under normal circumstances, Lin Yi had almost no chance of winning against him, unless it was like last time when he was dealing with Nan Tianyong, where Lin Yi threw a super true chi bomb at his face. Lin Yi originally didn't have such an opportunity. If he didn't have the drunk immortal, Xu Lingchong might have killed him right away and then splashed the dirty water on the dead body, ending all troubles once and for all. However, precisely because he believed too much in the effects of the drunk immortal, Xu Lingchong simply didn't think that Lin Yi would actually be able to explode and fight at this time. In addition, at this moment, his entire mind was focused on Shanghai Lena. By the time he reacted, Lin Yi had already rushed behind him and was only a step away. When Xu Lingchong finally sensed the threat behind him and his heart thumped, Lin Yi had already pressed the true chi bomb towards the back of his head. Taking advantage of the time when the drunk immortal was forced out, Lin Yi also conveniently condensed a true chi bomb. Although because of the time limit, it wasn't as exaggerated and abnormal as the one he used against Nan Tianyong last time, if it really exploded on his face, its power also couldn't be underestimated. Lin Yi's movements could already not be said to be slow. The strength of the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage was already displayed to the extreme by him. In this short gap of time that couldn't even be considered as short, Xu Lingchong unexpectedly arrived first despite moving later, turning around and grabbing towards his face. You actually dare to sneak attack this young master, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xu Lingchong disdainfully sneered. The imposing manner of a strong expert was undoubtedly displayed. Lin Yi was secretly shocked in his heart. Although Nan Tianyong, a peak late-stage foundation establishment stage expert, was basically defeated by his hands, he actually didn't know how strong an expert of this level was. But now, he finally saw what was called the foundation establishment Great Circle. Although Xu Lingchong was born as a young master, his personal strength was not inferior to his illustrious status. If the two of them were to fight one-on-one, even with Lin Yi's confidence, he had to admit that he was no match for this young Master Xu. He might not even be able to endure a single exchange. But now, Lin Yi had been preparing the true chi bomb for a long time, and he had suddenly launched it from the enemy's back when the enemy was unprepared. But in the end, he still didn't succeed. Fortunately, Lin Yi was already prepared for this. Taking advantage of Xu Lingchong's grasp, he pushed the true energy bomb into his opponent's hand. Insignificant skill, Xu Lingchong curled his lips in disdain. He had never seen a move like the true chi bomb before. He thought that it was just a knockoff martial skill that he had never seen before. It was not worth mentioning because he could catch it with one hand. However, as soon as the true energy bomb entered his hand, Xu Lingchong's expression immediately changed. The powerful true energy contained within it caused even a peak foundation establishment expert like him to be secretly shocked. More importantly, At this moment, the huge mass of true energy in his hand was already ready to move. It seemed like it was about to explode. Only now did Shu Lingchong realize that he had been tricked by Lin Yi. This mass of true energy was not the knockoff martial skill that he had imagined. Instead, it was a downright hot potato. You should be very clear about the power of this Dan firebomb that I secretly learned from you, right? It is enough to raze this Huayang residence to the ground. If you don't want to make a big deal out of this and get brainwashed by those big shots downstairs, young Master Shu, you better think of a way quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be hard to say. Lin Yi quickly dodged and retreated. Only then did he speak calmly. Before he let go of the true energy bomb, he did not dare to detonate it. After all, the distance between the two of them was too close. If he detonated it, both of them would be injured. However, Lin Yi's strength was obviously weaker than Shu Lingchong's. Although he could recover afterwards, the opponent could kill him while he was healing. Despicable small fry. Shu Lingchong gnashed his teeth and cursed. However, he could only temporarily let Lin Yi go. He braced himself and first got rid of the true energy bomb in Lin Yi's hand. Just as Lin Yi had said, if he allowed this true energy bomb to explode, then not only would his plan to force himself on Lin Yi become a bubble, even if he wanted to pour dirty water on Lin Yi, it would be very difficult for people to completely believe him. Because at that time, Shanghai Lena would definitely not stand on his side. Therefore, he could only follow Lin Yi's plan and first get rid of the true energy bomb in his hand. Only then could he take the next step. Didn't you just say that being despicable is the stupid thing of weaklings? Lin Yi sneered. Their strengths were completely unbalanced. If he did not plan this way, he would not be able to deal with a person like Shu Lingchong. Shu Lingchong snorted coldly. He had no time to waste his breath on Lin Yi. Holding the true energy bomb in his hand, his entire body abruptly erupted with an incomparably powerful aura. The strength of a foundation establishment perfection stage expert was instantly urged to the limit, and layers of true energy firmly wrapped around the true energy bomb in his hand. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the true energy bomb finally exploded. However, under Shu Lingchong's full control, it did not spread out. Its power was actually completely blocked by his true energy. As expected of a foundation establishment perfection stage expert. Such strength really caused others to be dumbstruck. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, but the movements of his hands did not stop. Taking advantage of the gap when Shu Lingchong was suppressing the true energy bomb, Lin Yi immediately struck out with the 23 moves of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm towards Shu Lingchong's face. A lowly ant like you dares to compete with me? You really don't know death. Shu Lingchong originally wanted to show off, but he had only spoken halfway when he was slapped in the face by Lin Yi. Bang! At this moment, Shu Lingchong had just consumed 90% of the true energy in his body, and it was precisely at the moment when he didn't have the strength to continue. This time, he was completely caught off guard. A dignified foundation establishment perfection stage expert was struck flying by Lin Yi, and his face was badly mutilated and he was in an extremely sorry state. Damn it! Shu Lingchong was struck by this palm to the point his body sank into the solid corner of the wall, and he repeatedly coughed up blood without end. He was unable to get up for a long time, and his eyes spat out flames as he stared fixedly at Lin Yi, wishing for nothing more than to slice Lin Yi into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. But conversely, Lin Yi's current state couldn't be considered to be good. After successively utilizing the true energy bomb and the 23 moves of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm, the true energy within his body had been completely drained, and even the space within the jade pendant was unable to instantly replenish it. Don't forget, the medicinal strength of the immortal intoxication still remained within his body. Feeling the layers of dizziness that struck his mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but shout in his heart. Now that the true energy within his body was reduced, the effects of the immortal intoxication would immediately return. If he didn't quickly adjust his breathing and meditate, he would probably lose his mind very quickly, and this was slightly fatal. Chapter 3999. Heh, this young master thought that you, Lin Yi, were so resourceful, but it turns out that you can't resist the bewitchment of the immortal intoxication either. Very well, this young master originally wanted to give you a quick death, But now this young master has changed his mind. Today, I must let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death, Shu Lingchong said with a ferocious expression as he gnashed his teeth. In a breath's time, as long as Shu Lingchong could struggle out from the corner of the wall and regain his movement, even if there was only 10% of true qi left in his body, it would be as easy as pinching a bug to death if he wanted to pinch Lin Yi to death. This was a miscalculation. Lin Yi was extremely anxious in his heart. There was no one here who could save him. If he waited until Shu Lingchong got up and still couldn't suppress the effects of the immortal intoxication, he would really die here today. However, how could the medicinal strength of the immortal drunk be so easily eliminated? At this moment, not only did it not weaken, it instead showed signs of increasing in strength, causing Lin Yi to be unable to get up at all, let alone seize the opportunity to deal with Shu Lingchong. Finally, Shu Lingchong slowly recovered his movement. The wall behind him that was smashed cracked as he got up. The scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards him. "Are you ready to die, newcomer Lin?" Shu Lingchong grinned coldly, completely with the attitude of a victor. However, at this moment, a sudden sound came from behind him. "Catcher, catcher, catcher." Turning his head to look, Shu Lingchong's face instantly turned pale with fear. It was actually the little curly bear that he had just kicked away, carrying a pair of giant scissors and dashing over. Originally, the little curly bear, this kind of young spirit beast with no strength, was not a threat in Shu Lingchong's eyes. Therefore, he didn't put this little fellow in his heart from the beginning to the end, and just kicked it away. Moreover, this little curly bear had already snatched to drink the immortal intoxication downstairs. Its mind was muddled, and it was even less of a threat. However, Shu Lingchong had forgotten one thing. The curly bear was a well-known wild drinker. A curly bear that had drunk spirit wine and a curly bear that had not drunk spirit wine were two completely different existences. Before drinking, the curly bear had always been simple and docile. It almost never took the initiative to hurt people. However, after drinking the spirit wine, especially when it was drunk, the curly bear would become extremely ferocious. Not only would one's temperament change, but one's strength would also undergo a complete transformation. It was normal for one's strength to increase by several times or even 10 times. The world called this process drunken madness. Drunken frenzy was the innate ability of the entire curly bear clan. Although the little curly bear was still a juvenile, it still had this ability. Now, not only were its eyes red, even the fur on its body had started to turn red, and it began to emit an obvious ferocious aura. Damn it, how could I forget about this? At this moment, Shu Lingchong wished he could give himself 2 tight slaps. The reason why the curly bear clan was able to be ranked among the powerful spiritual beasts was because of their almost heaven-defying racial innate talent, the drunken frenzy transformation. Even if it was an ordinary little curly bear, it would still be a ferocious creature that could not be underestimated after going into a drunken frenzy. With Shu Lingchong's strength at the Foundation Establishment Great Circle, it would be fine if that was all. With Shu Lingchong's Foundation Establishment Great Circle strength, he could even deal with an adult curly bear after going into a drunken frenzy, let alone a mere juvenile in front of him. The key was that he had spent a lot of effort to suppress the true qi bomb just now. At this moment, there was not even a tenth of the true qi in his body left. Moreover, after being hit head-on by Lin Yi's frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm, his injuries caused his true qi to be in a mess. Even though he had begun to slowly regain his mobility, he had not reached the point where he could fight. Right in front of him was him, a Foundation Establishment Great Circle expert. At his weakest and most powerless moment, the little curly bear's drunken frenzy at this moment was practically asking for his life. It would be strange if Shu Lingchong was not scared out of his wits and his face was pale. Looking at the little curly bear carrying the giant scissors that made one's eyelids twitch, growling in a low voice and approaching step by step with an extremely dangerous aura, Shu Lingchong was almost scared to the point of wetting his pants. The dignified Soaring Sky Pavilion's young master, the dignified Soaring Sky Pavilion's big senior brother, a dignified Foundation Establishment Great Circle expert, in the end, was about to die in the hands of a mere juvenile curly bear. If this matter were to spread out, it would really become a strange story in the world. Xiao. Xiao Bai, calm down. I'm Shu Ling Chong, the Shu Ling Chong who used to give you good food. Don't you recognize me? Shu Ling Chong was so scared that he stuttered and hurriedly begged for mercy with an obvious tremble in his voice. He was the great Master Shu, and he'd never fallen to such a pitiful situation before. He was strong, but he'd been worn down by a newbie like Lin Yi to the point where he couldn't move, and now he was forced to beg for mercy from a little curly bear. No one would believe him if he told them. If the other party was someone like Lin Yi, Shu Ling Chong might not be so frightened. After all, everyone had scruples and it was impossible for them to attack young Master Shu unscrupulously. However, the little curly bear was different. No matter how human-like this fellow was, it was still a ferocious spiritual beast after all. This little fellow was simply ignorant and fearless. As long as it was given a chance, it could really do anything. There wasn't even room for it to beg for mercy. This was even more terrifying than a human. Lin Yi, who was trying his best to suppress the immortal intoxication, looked at this extremely absurd scene in front of him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He clearly felt that it was unbelievable, but it happened right under his eyes. He could only sigh. Fate really made a fool out of people. Catcher, catcher, catcher. No matter how Shu Ling Chong begged for mercy, the little curly bear still carried its giant scissors and rushed to his side without stopping. Like master, like pet. Since the owner, Shanghai Lena, hated Shu Ling Chong so much, the little curly bear was naturally no exception. That kind of disgust from the bottom of its heart couldn't be bought by Shu Ling Chong's usual food. Then, under Shu Ling Chong's extremely horrified gaze, the little curly bear suddenly moved the giant scissors to his crotch. Lin Yi was also stunned when he saw this scene. There was only one sentence that appeared in his mind. It was what Shanghai Lena had said not long ago: if he dares to have any crooked thoughts, I will cut him up. Lin Yi remembered very clearly that when Shanghai Lena said this sentence, the little curly bear even sat down and made a cutting motion. At that time, he thought it was just a joke. Now that he thought about it, the little curly bear was ready to put it into practice. Chapter 4000. At this moment, the little curly bear's fur had turned crimson, and its eyes had also turned crimson. It was clear that it was drunk, and when Shu Ling Chong saw it, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Only now did Shu Ling Chong remember that the coiled bear and drunk immortal was a publicly recognized forbidden combination. It was already troublesome enough to make the coiled bear drink alcohol, but now, after drinking the drunk immortal, he would immediately enter the extreme state of drunkenness. If he wanted to court death, even the gods wouldn't be able to stop him. Young Master Shu, you better bear with the pain, or else it will attract the attention of the important people downstairs. That would not be good. Lin Yi suddenly said meaningfully. Of course, Lin Yi was just saying it casually. In these important people's rooms, there were high-level cultivators who had set up restrictions. Everyone was a Heaven Dao expert, so they could easily use their divine sense to sense what the others were doing. If there were no restrictions, then no one would have any secrets. Even if Shu Ling Chong shouted, no one would hear it. What the fuck are you talking about? Shu Ling Chong had just said half of his words when he heard a cracking sound. The giant scissors at his crotch was suddenly closed by the little curly bear. In an instant, the whole world was silent. Staring blankly at the pool of blood at his crotch, Shu Ling Chong didn't react to what had actually happened for a long time. More accurately speaking, he'd actually reacted, but he didn't dare to believe it in the end. Because he was too shocked, he didn't even feel the sharp pain that came from his crotch. Lin Yi looked at this scene and was also stunned for a long time. After a long time, he said faintly, from now on, there is another eunuch in the cultivation world. After a while, Lin Yi finally suppressed the effect of the drunk immortal again. He regained his ability to move, but Shu Ling Chong, on the other hand, sat on the same spot in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he did not make any sound, nor did he make any movement. He even forgot to ask Lin Yi what the again meant. Even so, Lin Yi still did not dare to look down on him. He suddenly changed from a man to a eunuch, especially when the other party was Shu Ling Chong, the young master of Soaring Sky Pavilion who could summon wind and rain and had a bright future. It was impossible to predict what would happen after such a huge change. Although Shu Ling Chong's current state was not good, no matter what, he was still an expert at the Foundation establishment Great Circle. If he really wanted to go on a rampage without any regard for anything, and if there were no outsiders interfering, it was almost impossible for Lin Yi to escape unscathed. Staring closely at Shu Lingchong, Lin Yi carefully got up. He grabbed the little curly bear, who was about to cut Shu Lingchong's body again, and dragged it back from behind. Strangely enough, after the curly bear clan turned into a drunken frenzy, other than a few extremely powerful individuals, the curly bear clan would not be able to survive. Normally, it would lose its mind and not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. However, this little curly bear did not resist when it was hugged by Lin Yi. Apart from looking different from before, it did not resist at all. Instead, it followed Lin Yi's arm and rode on his shoulder. It gave people the feeling that after this little guy went into a drunken frenzy, other than being a little bolder than usual, he was still clear-headed. It was truly unexpected. Otherwise, if he really went on a rampage without thinking, Shu Lingchong would probably not be the only one who would suffer this cut. Maybe even Lin Yi would suffer as well. Seeing that Shu Lingchong still had no reaction, Lin Yi remained calm, and then carefully picked up Shangguan Lana, who was in a coma because of the immortal intoxication. He held his breath and quietly walked out of the room step by step. Logically speaking, as long as Shu Lingchong was still clear-headed, he would not make a move on the little curly bear, nor would he allow Lin Yi to carry Lena away. However, the reality was that this guy was dazed from the beginning to the end. He only stared blankly at the pool of blood under his crotch, as if he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. After successfully carrying Shanghai Lena out of the third floor, Lin Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, standing at the top of the stairs, he could already be seen by the people below. Even if Shu Lingchong chased after him, as long as he made the slightest movement and was noticed by others, there would naturally be people who would stop him. Today's birthday banquet was really thrilling. Until this moment, even with Lin Yi's temperament, he still could not help but feel a chill down his spine. It was indeed a little risky. He originally thought that this wine would not affect him much. After all, when Lin Yi was in the secular world, he could drink 1,000 cups without collapsing. However, he did not expect that this immortal drunk was really worthy of its name. However, Lin Yi did not regret it. Although the jade pendant space could store the wine in the cup, Lin Yi did not dare to do so. These elites in the Tao of Heaven were different from those normal practitioners in the secular world. Moreover, Shu Lingchong's strength was so much higher than Lin Yi's. If there was even the slightest mistake, it might lead to greater trouble. After all, Shu Lingchong was watching. This kind of thing could only be done secretly when others were not paying attention. He could not be careless. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly rose in his ears. "Huh? Little junior brother, why are you hugging me?" Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. He saw Shanghai Lena in his arms staring at him with a surprised face. He quickly loosened his arms and put her down awkwardly. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously, "You were forced to drink the immortal drunk, but you are actually fine?" In his opinion, even he could barely suppress the medicinal effect of the immortal drunk with great difficulty. With Shanghai Lena's strength at the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment, it should be even more difficult for her to withstand it. Why did it seem that the immortal drunk had no effect on her at all? Immortal drunk? Shanghai Lena innocently rubbed the back of her neck that was a little painful. It was the place where Shu Lingchong had knocked her out. She said with a blank face, "I was forced to drink the immortal drunk. Isn't that Xiao Bai's favorite thing? When did I drink this? Wasn't I talking to little junior brother just now?" This young miss was really slow on the uptake. Lin Yi was speechless and shook his head. "Just now, you were knocked out by someone. He forced you to drink the immortal drunk. I thought you would be like Xiao Bai, unconscious." "Of course not. Although Xiao Bai will go crazy after drinking the immortal drunk, the more he drinks, the more energetic he becomes. In fact, he is sober. Not only Xiao Bai, I am also not afraid of this kind of thing. Since I was young, Grandpa has let me soak in all kinds of spiritual medicine vats every day so that I am immune to all kinds of poison. Normal medicine is completely useless to me, and the immortal drunk is the same." Shanghai Lena proudly raised her neck. Chapter 4001. But in this way, even if little Curly Bear didn't cut Shu Lingchong up, Shu Lingchong's scheme today would be very difficult to achieve. Since the immortal intoxication didn't have any effect, if he wanted to force himself on Shangguan Lena, it would be impossible for him not to wake up Shanghai Lena. At that time, once Shanghai Lena screamed, his ending wouldn't be as simple as being cut up, but he would die even faster and more miserably. At this moment, Shanghai Lena lowered her head to look at her loosened belt and finally noticed that her clothes were a little messy. Suddenly, she shyly covered her chest and said, "Little junior brother, you're not being good. Quickly tell me, what did you do to senior sister just now?" Nothing at all." Lin Yi immediately blushed with shame. In all honesty, he didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. But this little lass's nerves were really thick. Her clothes were in such a mess and she actually took so long to react. "Really? Then how did my clothes become like this?" Shanghai Lena suspiciously swept her eyes around and suddenly blinked her eyes as she giggled. "Little junior brother, just admit it. Don't worry, senior sister won't blame you." Lin Yi was speechless and could only speak frankly, "I really didn't. The one who untied your belt was someone else. It was Shu Lingchong. The one who knocked you out was also him. I reckon that he's still squatting in the room now. That annoying fellow." Shanghai Lena's expression immediately changed, changing from her relaxed and joking expression to nervously asked, What did he do to me?" "Actually, he didn't do much. After knocking you out, he fed you with immortal intoxication and untied your belt. He didn't gain any benefits and instead became a eunuch." Lin Yi chuckled. "Eunuch?" Shanghai Lena was confused. Lin Yi could only repeat the sequence of events from the beginning to the end. After a long while, Shanghai Lena then regained her senses in disbelief. "Little junior brother, what you mean is, Xiaobai cut Shu Lingchong?" "Yes, to be precise, it cut off Shu Lingchong's hair." Lin Yi nodded his head. Seeing that Shanghai Lena seemed to be a little worried, he consoled her, "Little senior sister, you don't have to worry. This is all Shu Lingchong's fault, he deserves it." Unexpectedly, Shangguan Lena jumped up excitedly in the blink of an eye. She gave the little Curly Bear a thumbs up and said, "Xiaobai did a good job. I must reward you well for the next month. I've wanted to do this for a long time, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Now, I've finally gotten what I wanted." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a chill in his crotch. He felt a little guilty standing next to this young lady who would cut people at every turn. Shu Lingchong had yearned for her day and night for so many years. In the end, this little lass always had this kind of dangerous thought. Just thinking about it made Lin Yi panic for this eldest young Master Shu. "Where's that annoying ghost? Didn't he get cut into a eunuch by Xiaobai? Quickly bring me to see him." Shanghai Lena was eager to try. Her eyes lit up as she repeatedly urged. Lin Yi couldn't help but blush with shame. It seemed that he had to get to know this little senior sister again. Apart from being cute and innocent, she actually had such a heavy taste. It was really unexpected. Although he was still extremely afraid of Shu Lingchong, he couldn't resist the repeated urging of Shanghai Lena. Lin Yi could only bring her and the little Curly Bear back to the room. In any case, Shu Lingchong's current state was not good. Lin Yi believed that even if he couldn't win, it shouldn't be difficult for him to stall for time for Shanghai Lena to call for help. Entering the room, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't know when Shu Lingchong had disappeared. There was only a pool of blood at the corner of the wall as proof of what had just happened. "Where's the annoying ghost? Is he hiding?" Shanghai Lena looked all over the room for Shu Lingchong, the newly promoted eunuch, but she couldn't find him. The disappointment on her face was obvious. "Maybe." Lin Yi's tone was also filled with unfathomable bewilderment. Suddenly encountering such a huge incident that could change his entire life, it wouldn't be strange for Shu Lingchong to do anything at this time. But if he just disappeared into thin air without a sound, it was still a little strange when he thought about it carefully. Even if Shu Lingchong couldn't accept the reality for a moment, even if he was completely disheartened, when he came to his senses, there were only two types of thoughts. One was to give up, and the other was to endure the humiliation. But there was one thing that was very clear. No matter what the result was, Shu Lingchong would never let Lin Yi and Shanghai Lena go so easily. He might still have some fear when dealing with Shanghai Lena, but when dealing with Lin Yi, a newcomer of the Blue Cloud Pavilion who had no background, he wouldn't have too many concerns when dealing with him in his current state of being greatly stimulated. Lin Yi had even thought that after seeing them return, Shu Lingchong would most likely go on a killing spree regardless of everything. Even if he couldn't kill Shanghai Lena, Lin Yi would definitely be buried with him. But he didn't expect that Shu Lingchong would disappear into thin air in the room without a sound. It should be known that from the beginning when Lin Yi left the room until now, he had always been at the only position of the staircase. No matter if Shu Lingchong went up or down, as long as he walked out normally, it was impossible to avoid his eyes and ears. The only explanation was that this guy jumped out of the window. But through the window, Lin Yi glanced outside. The outside was heavily guarded, almost without any blind spots. At this moment, there wasn't any abnormality. With so many guards, perhaps they wouldn't dare to monitor the inside of Huiyang House, but if someone broke the window and came out, it would absolutely not escape their eyes and ears. Not to mention Shu Lingchong's current battered and exhausted state, even if he was at the peak of the foundation building peak, it would still be difficult to completely hide from these people and disappear into thin air. This result really made Lin Yi scratch his head. After thinking about it, he could only explain that Huiyang House might have other secret passages, but ordinary people just couldn't find them. TSK, I didn't expect that he was still a coward. Shanghai Lena pouted her mouth in disappointment, and then said happily, but this is also good. The annoying guy has become a eunuch, and he definitely won't dare to pester me in the future. The little curly bear, who seemed to have begun to recover to normal, made a cutting gesture with a fierce expression, as if whoever dared to provoke Shanghai Lena, he would cut that person. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. However, the precious thing of the dignified young Master Shu was broken in the hands of this little guy. The little curly bear was indeed a brilliant achievement. If others looked down on it, they might really follow in Shu Lingchong's footsteps. Chapter 4002. Although Shu Lingchong had only himself to blame for what had happened today, if Shu Lingchong were to go back and fabricate a different version of the story, making himself the victim, things would become unclear. Shu Yuanjing, for the sake of his grandson, who he had high hopes for, it was not impossible for him to come out and pester Shangguan Tianhua endlessly. However, Shangguan Lan'er's eyeballs spun as she said firmly, "Little junior brother, you don't understand. A scoundrel like Shu Lingchong only thinks about how to take over his position all day long, and everything else is fleeting. So, he absolutely doesn't dare tell his family about today's matter. Conversely, he has to conceal it everywhere, as he's deeply afraid that his family will know that he's already become a eunuch. Indeed, if his grandfather Shu Yuanjing knew, I reckon that he would be reduced to a marginal character." Lin Yi nodded his head in agreement. This point was not hard to understand. No family would let a eunuch take over the position of power, this was a matter without a doubt. Moreover, even if Shu Lingchong told his grandfather about the matter, there would not be any benefits for him. Instead, there would be a huge risk because Shanghai Tianhua would definitely not be indifferent to his only granddaughter's matter. So, there's no need to tell my grandfather about this matter. Otherwise, I and Xiao Bai will be in big trouble. I don't know how long we will be confined for. Shanghai Lena stuck out her tongue and said. Lin Yi could not help but laugh when he heard this. No wonder this lass's words were so insightful, it was because of this. This little senior sister's intelligence and wisdom had always been selectively displayed. Shu Lingchong disappeared. Looking at the pool of blood in the corner, Shanghai Lena felt some disgust in her heart. After a while, she pulled Lin Yi downstairs. When the two of them went downstairs, the banquet was just reaching its climax. Many important figures were drinking and chatting with each other. They gathered together in twos and threes, trying to win over each other's friendship. Looking at the crowd, Lin Yi paid more attention to the few groups of people. Nantian Ba and a few others were surrounding Shu Yuanjing, fawning over him. As for the Law Enforcement Hall's hall master, Ram Jie, the youngest and most dazzling existence among all the important figures, was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown why he had left so early in such an important occasion. Regarding this, Lin Yi had some inexplicable suspicions in his heart. But thinking of Ram Jie's arrogance, it was not strange for him to leave on such an occasion. For a banquet of this scale, does Hall Master Ram always leave so early? Lin Yi turned to Shanghai Lena and asked. Shanghai Lena thought for a bit, then shook her head and said, no. He is the law enforcement hall master. His duty is to maintain order. Normally, he stays until the end. And leaves so early unless, if there is a special situation. He will. Special situation. It's nothing. I'm just asking. Lin Yi smiled. Just as Lin Yi was secretly suspicious, an old acquaintance walked in front of him. It was Hong Zhong, the full representative of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Young hero Lin, how have you been? Hong Zhong had a gentle smile on his face, but his words had a deeper meaning. Manager Hong, how have you been? Thank you for helping me out today. Lin Yi smiled faintly. It was just a simple conversation, but the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. Lin Yi had admitted his identity to Hong Zhong. After all, if he wasn't Lin he wouldn't have met Hong Zhong at all. There was no way he could say how are you. He was 99% sure that Lin Yi was Lin when Hong Zhong stepped up to help Lin Yi out, but it was one thing for him to speculate in private, and another for Lin Yi to admit it in front of him. If Lin Yi did not admit it, then the favor that he had just risked his life to help would be wasted. Of course, from then on, his evaluation of Lin Yi's character and value would be lowered. Fortunately, Lin Yi was not an ungrateful person and did not give him such a chance. Hong Zhong's eyes lit up. He looked at Nan Tianba and the others in the distance and sighed, young hero Lin is really bold. You are surrounded by strong enemies, but you still dare to appear in this kind of situation. This old man has to say, I admire you. What will come will come. Sooner or later, we can only deal with it when it comes. Lin Yi said with an indifferent expression. To be honest, so many things had happened today that he could not have predicted. If he had known earlier, he would have carefully considered this birthday banquet and whether or not he should have taken the risk to come. However, what should and should not have happened had already happened. No matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. Lin Yi's current mentality was that of a person who did not need to worry when there were so many lice, or in other words, a dead pig did not fear boiling water. In the end, there was no such thing as absolute safety in the cultivation world. Threats always existed, it was just a matter of how big or small they were. Lin Yi had already realized this a long time ago. Young hero Lin is really bold. However, if there is anything you need, there is no harm in telling this old man. Although this old man is a bag of old bones, I can still be of use to deal with a small fry. Hong Zhong said with a smile. Then I thank shopkeeper Hong for his good intentions. Lin Yi said lightly. He did not need external help for the time being, at least not before his identity was discovered. After saying a few words to Lin Yi, Hong Zhong did not stay here for long. After all, his identity represented the Hong Chamber of Commerce and he was one of the few popular people present. At this sensitive occasion, he could only stop his contact with Lin Yi at most. Otherwise, if he showed too much favor, he would not be helping Lin Yi, but harming Lin Yi. After this, the birthday banquet had completely become a power event for high-level figures, and it had nothing to do with a small figure like Lin Yi. After being forced to stay for a while by Shanghai Lena, Lin Yi finally left early. Compared to watching the power games of these big figures, Lin Yi would rather go back to his cave residence to cultivate. That way, he would at least feel more at ease. Maybe one day in the future, he would also become one of the big figures present, but at least for now, he had no interest in these bullshit things. Now, Xu Lingchong had completely become an enemy that would not rest until he was dead. After being turned into a eunuch by a pair of scissors, it was hard to imagine what kind of revenge he would take in the future. Previously, he would abide by the rules of the game of the three great pavilions, but in the future, it was hard to say. He might personally launch sneak attacks and assassinations. In addition, the threat of Nan Tianba's group had obviously increased. Lin Yi could clearly feel that their suspicions towards him had returned. Chapter 4003. At the same time that Lin Yi went back to his cave to train, Xu Lingchong, who had lost his soul, suddenly appeared in a secluded underground secret room. The surroundings were silent and dark, and the only thing he could hear was his own breathing and heartbeat. That bone-chilling feeling that seemed to come from the depths of hell made Shu Lingchong, who had lost all hope, wake up. What is this place? Why am I here? Shu Lingchong couldn't help but mumble. No one answered his question, so he could only mumble to himself. Immediately after, Shu Lingchong subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch his crotch. It was dripping with blood and sticky, and even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he touched it. But he had no choice. He had to endure the intense pain and carefully confirm whether his penis was still there or not. At this moment, Shu Lingchong was still holding on to a sliver of hope. What if the little curly bear's scissors had actually cut it wrongly? But when he finally confirmed it, he felt a chill in his heart. His manhood had been cut into two by the evil little curly bear. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Shu Lingchong took out the half that was cut off from his crotch with trembling hands. His face was filled with endless hatred and viciousness. Suddenly, Shu Ling quivered, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This was because he suddenly remembered that reattaching severed limbs was not difficult at all for cultivators, especially high-level cultivators who were proficient in the art of medicine. The 3 pavilions just so happened to have someone like that. Even if his medical skills weren't as high as the legendary miracle doctor Zhongliju, he wasn't far from it. If he could get his help, then perhaps he might be able to reattach the broken part of his hand. Thinking of this, Shu Lingchong gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. After all, no matter how good the medical skills were, there was a prerequisite for reconnecting a broken limb, and that was that it couldn't be for too long. Otherwise, if the broken limb lost its vitality and died, even gods wouldn't be able to do anything. Broken limbs were like that, and this one was even more precious and fragile. Thinking of this, Shu Lingchong immediately wanted to find a way out. Up until now, his soul had left his body, and he didn't know how he came to this place. If he wanted to leave, he could only rely on exploring. However, just as Shu Lingchong was about to explore this dark place, his eyes suddenly shook slightly. A piece of fluorite appeared out of nowhere and illuminated the surroundings. When he looked around, there were only 4 pitch-black walls in his surroundings, and there was nothing else besides this. Only now did Shu Lingchong notice to his shock that a person was shockingly standing less than 3 m away from him. When he suddenly saw this scene, it truly caused Shu Lingchong to be terrified to the extreme. After all, with the perception of an expert at the perfection stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even if it was in the darkness, it would be impossible for him to be completely unable to notice the slightest movement of the person's aura. It was absolutely impossible. However, the truth was right before his eyes. Judging from the man's posture, he should have been standing in front of him since a long time ago. Is it a human or a ghost? Shu Lingchong forcefully endured the terror in his heart as he asked with a trembling voice. According to his understanding, at such a close distance, only dead people would be able to escape his senses, and it was utterly impossible for living people to do so. Under Shu Lingchong's terrified gaze, the other party slowly turned around. His body was covered under a black cloak, and his face was covered with a hideous and terrifying ghost mask, causing others to be unable to see his true appearance. So what if he's human? So what if he's a ghost? Do you think you can resist me? This person's voice seemed to be near and far, causing others to be unable to fathom it, and they were also unable to use this to determine his identity. Shu Lingchong's expression froze. Even if the other party didn't reveal any imposing manner, merely from the fact that the other party was able to stand here without him being able to notice it, Shu Lingchong was already able to discern that the other party's strength was far above his own, and the other party was utterly not someone he, Shu Lingchong, could go against. When he saw Shu Lingchong's terrified and vigilant expression, the other party suddenly started laughing, and his laughter carried obvious disdain and contempt. Only when he heard Shu Lingchong become enraged did he say, "From now on, whether you want to be a human or a ghost, this is a problem that you have to consider, and not me." Every single word of these words were like a heavy drum that struck onto Shu Lingchong's chest, causing him to be unable to breathe. At the same time, he felt terror and trembling from the depths of his soul. "Who exactly are you?" Shu Lingchong forcefully gritted his teeth as he asked. "This isn't a problem that you need to be concerned about. Now, Throw away that thing in your hand. The masked man's tone caused others to be unable to refuse him. Shu Lingchong's heart instantly trembled when he heard this. This was his most precious thing, and he was still thinking of quickly finding someone to take it back. How could he possibly throw it away like this? I'll count to 3. If you still don't throw it away, then prepare to become a ghost. Even though the masked man's voice was flat, it left no room for doubt. Shu Lingchong's heart couldn't help but jerk when he felt the indistinct killing intent on the other party's body, but he was utterly unable to throw it away like this. 3. The masked man directly skipped 1 and 2, and along with his voice, Shu Lingchong was terrified to the point of hurriedly wanting to let go. However, it was already too late. A piercing pain suddenly came from his hand, and he actually didn't know what sort of method he used to directly slice off a large piece of flesh, causing it to fall onto the ground along with the other half in his hand, and it was a tragic sight. Very good. If you didn't let go, then the one on the ground would be your entire palm now. Under Shu Lingchong's terrified and painful gasp, the masked man smiled in an unfathomable manner. After that, he slowly walked to stand before Shu Lingchong, and under Shu Lingchong's incomparably shocked gaze, the masked man stomped on the other half of Shu Lingchong's hand on the ground to the point it was unrecognizable, and it was forcefully crushed into minced meat. Shu Lingchong's eyes almost split open as he watched this scene, and he clenched his teeth tightly as his entire body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were completely red, and he had an insane expression as if he was prepared to risk everything and fight the masked man to the death. If he had the help of a medical expert earlier, there might still have been hope. But now, that other half of his hand had already become a ball of minced meat, and even a god would be unable to reattach it. At this moment, Shu Lingchong was completely disheartened. When he saw the insanity on Shu Lingchong's face become more and more intense, and his breathing became more and more coarse, the masked man remained unmoved, and he just stood there and looked coldly at Shu Lingchong. After a long time, Shu Lingchong finally calmed down once more. Even though the hatred in his eyes didn't reduce, at least he wouldn't madly want to fight the masked man to the death. The masked man couldn't help but laugh in surprise when he saw this. Being able to restrain yourself from making a move against me, this endurance isn't bad. Looks like you aren't a good-for-nothing idiot. Chapter 4004. What exactly is your intention in bringing me to this place? Shu Lingchong suppressed the hatred in his heart and asked in a low voice. The masked man laughed lightly and said, "Nothing much, I just saw that you were pitiful, so I helped you." Helped me? Shu Lingchong couldn't bear to look straight at the pile of minced meat on the ground and said while gnashing his teeth, "Can this be considered as helping me? Of course, let me ask you a question. Do you like women more, or do you like power more?" The masked man said playfully. Shu Lingchong was stunned for a moment before slowly replying, "Power." Although women were good things to cultivators who wholeheartedly pursued strength, compared to power and strength, they were really nothing. Especially to a person like Shu Lingchong who was extremely ambitious. For so many years, he had always spared no effort in pursuing Shangguan Lena. Even if the factor of lust for women was within it, the more essential objective was still to borrow power to rise up. As long as he could successfully rise up, at that time, he would have as many peerless beauties as he wanted. Since you want power, then why do you have to rack your brains to keep this thing? The masked man laughed lightly in disdain and then said, "Compared to child's play like climbing up to women, it's far more reliable to strengthen one's own strength. What do you think?" Shu Lingchong was asked to the point of being speechless, and only after a long while did he faintly say, "Even if I want to increase my strength, there's no need to be a eunuch, right? What the fuck is the relationship between the two? Of course it's related." The masked man snapped his fingers and an ancient book suddenly appeared before Shu Lingchong. The title page was engraved with 4 dark golden words, "Chrysanthemum Treasured Book." Shu Lingchong's eyelids twitched, and he picked up the ancient book under the other party's indication. After he flipped it open, the first sentence that entered his eyes caused him to be shocked speechless. "If you want to cultivate this technique, you must first castrate yourself. This chrysanthemum treasured book is a supreme divine technique. After cultivating it to a profound level, its power is not the slightest bit inferior to the 5 divine techniques that are highly respected on the heavenly island, and it might even surpass them. However, There are two prerequisites to cultivating it. One is to first castrate yourself, and the second is to have bone-deep hatred. You have already fulfilled these two prerequisites. The masked man explained. This. Shu Lingchong was instantly shaken. Regardless of whether he dared to face it or not, he had to accept the reality that he had already become a eunuch. In terms of hatred, his hatred towards Lin Yi and Shangguan Lena had absolutely broken through the horizon. With your aptitude and conditions, as long as you concentrate on cultivating the treasured chrysanthemum, you will be able to reach within a few months. Only, you will be able. You. At that your strength, you will. When he heard this, Shu Lingchong fell into deep contemplation. He was able to feel that these words weren't empty words without any basis, but up until now, he still knew nothing about the masked man before him. What was the identity of the masked man, what were his intentions, and why did he want him to cultivate the chrysanthemum treasured book? These were all questions, and the masked man didn't have any intention of explaining. After being silent for a long time, Shu Lingchong suddenly fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "Now that things have come to this, I have no other choice. I want this chrysanthemum treasured book." "Very good, I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a sensible fellow that knows how to adapt to circumstances. Then from today onwards, you will stay here and cultivate. I will only let you out after you've cultivated to the initial realm. As for the miscellaneous matters outside and at home, I will take care of them for you." The masked man spoke in admiration, then his figure flashed and vanished from Shu Lingchong's line of sight, as if he had never appeared. Who exactly is this fellow that's pretending to be mysterious? Shu Lingchong couldn't help but guess in his heart as he gazed at the completely empty chamber. This chamber, including the top and bottom, was completely impenetrable walls, and there was utterly no way out. Even with Shu Lingchong's extraordinary eyesight, he was unable to find any gaps, and it was even to the extent that he felt a familiar defensive formation on the walls, and the level of the defensive formation was so high that it was astounding. Yet this masked person had actually vanished into thin air right before his eyes in a place like this. Even with Shu Lingchong's experience, such cultivation and strength caused him to be unable to help but be flabbergasted and feel disbelief. Shu Lingchong took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged right away before hugging the chrysanthemum treasured book and starting to study it. At any rate, regardless of whether he was willing or not, since the matter had developed to such an extent, if he didn't do as the masked man said and cultivate this chrysanthemum treasured book to the initial realm, then it would probably be difficult for him to see the light of day once more. To the unaware Lin Yi, Shu Lingchong's strange encounter was equivalent to doing him a great favor in a disguised form. After all, Shu Lingchong had just suffered a tremendous change, and it was the moment where it was the easiest for him to go to the extreme, and it was the moment where he posed the greatest threat to Lin Yi. Yet he was suddenly forcefully imprisoned by this masked man of unknown origins to cultivate the chrysanthemum treasured book. Not to mention what would happen in the future, at least in a short period of time, Shu Lingchong was already unable to pose any threat to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi could concentrate on cultivating for a period of time. On the other hand, Lin Yi didn't intentionally find out where Shu Lingchong had gone. Since there was no news of him, he was happy to be idle. Time flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. According to the agreement, Lin Yi arrived at the Hong Merchant Group early in the morning to meet up with Hong Zhong. However, this time, he appeared in his original appearance. In any case, Hong Zhong already knew his identity, and the relationship between him and Hong Zhong had already been seen by everyone at the birthday banquet. Rather than hiding his identity as Lin Er, it was better for him to be a bit more aboveboard and directly appear in his original form. This was actually a kind of psychological game. After all, up until now, no matter how much Nan Tianba and the others suspected him, they at least didn't have enough evidence to confirm that he and Lin Er were the same person. Facing Lin Yi's original body, this trace of uncertainty could very likely become an opportunity. On the other hand, if it was Lin Er, the other party could instead confirm and directly make a move. After meeting up with Hong Zhong and exchanging greetings, Lin Yi immediately took out a bag from his bosom and handed it to Hong Zhong, saying, "Shopkeeper Hong, these are some pills that I refined not long ago. Can I pack them up and sell them to your Hong Merchant Group?" Hong Zhong's eyes lit up, and when he took a look at the cloth bag, he shockingly found that there were a total of 13 pills inside, all of which were Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pills. What made him even more surprised was that these Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pills were all flashing with a layer of pill halo. They were actually all rare top-grade goods. Chapter 4005. 13 pills was not a lot. Although a supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pill was rare, it was nothing to be surprised about. However, when these two conditions were stacked together, it was extremely rare. Hong Zhong had been the manager of the Hong Chamber of Commerce for decades, but he had never seen such extravagance. Haha, I am also preparing for the auction. If I do not have enough spiritual jades on hand, it would be useless even if I go to the auction today. Lin Yi smiled faintly. That's right. Although there are many good things in an auction, the price is also high. If you do not prepare enough capital, it will be a pity if you miss out on the treasure in the end. Hong Zhong nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, he said, Young Hero Lin, I will accept these 13 supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pills for 15,000 spiritual jades. What do you think? 15,000 spiritual jades. Hearing that, Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little stunned. He sucked in a cold breath and said, Manager Hong, this price of yours is too high. I'm always taken care of by you. I can't accept this favor. The last time he came to the Hong Chamber of Commerce to sell supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pills, it was to compete with Yuzhe for the Star Inkstone. At that time, the price of a single supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pill was only worth 800 spiritual jades. 800 spiritual jades per pill. According to this price, 13 supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pills would only be worth a little over 10,000 spiritual jades. Compared to the price given by Hong Zhong, it was almost 5,000 spiritual jade. Giving 5,000 spiritual jades in one go was already a big discount for someone of Hong Zhong's level. He could not be said to be unkind to Lin Yi. Hong Zhong immediately smiled and waved his hand. Young Hero Lin, you are thinking too much. Normally, the purchase price of a supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pill is usually 1,000 spiritual jades, or even higher. The reason why I gave you 800 last time was because you are a newcomer to our business. That's only because you're a newcomer who's trading with us for the first time. Merchants are used to killing people, so they'll definitely lower your price. But even if one pill is 1,000 spiritual jades, it will only be 13,000 spiritual jades. Lin Yi shook his head. That's right. However, in all transactions, other than the usual price as a reference, there is no other way. The final transaction price depends on the market, and right now, the market is good. Giving you 15,000 is really not much, Hong Zhong said with a smile. The other party insisted. Lin Yi couldn't refuse anymore and could only shake his head in amusement. Manager Hong, this is the first time I've met someone like you. You're always giving preferential treatment to your customers, and at the same time, you're still trying to find a good excuse. If all the merchants in the world were like you, I'm afraid they'd all go bankrupt from losses. Hong Zhong laughed heartily and personally swiped a spirit jade card for Lin Yi to settle the bill. At the same time, he explained, Young Hero Lin, what this old man said just now was not a lie. Auction items are usually jointly provided by various chambers of commerce, and the North Island branch under this old man just so happens to be in need of high-grade auction items these days. Therefore, Young Hero Lin, your 13 supreme-grade Foundation Establishment barrier-breaking pills can be considered as timely assistance. This price is absolutely fair and reasonable. Since I'm able to help Manager Hong. That couldn't be better. Lin Yi nodded and then asked, by the way, where is the auction? Then, where is the auction? Last time, Hong Zhong had said that the auction was not in the inner street of the marketplace. Moreover, he specifically told Lin Yi to come earlier, indicating that the place should not be close, so Lin Yi was quite curious about it. The northernmost island, north of the Heavenly Stage Island, the northernmost island that can be explored. On the map, it's only a small place the size of a palm, but it's the most high-end place in the northern region. It's one of the top 5 Heavenly Stage Islands, a gold-squandering den. Hong Zhong introduced to Lin Yi. Although he guessed that Lin Yi must have an extremely deep but unknown background, he already knew that Lin Yi's identity on the surface was just a newcomer of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. For a place like the northernmost island, under normal circumstances, he should not have even heard of it. In fact, although the northernmost island was a famous gold-squandering den, it was the exclusive territory of the big shots. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to enter and exit, and there were very few people who even knew of its existence. People like senior brother Ku Bai, who had been in the 3 pavilions for some years, knew nothing about it. The northernmost island sounds good. How do we go there? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Hong Zhong understood what Lin Yi meant. He shook his head and said, there is no teleportation formation, so the only way to go there is by flying spirit beast. It will take at least 4 hours to fly there, so we have to hurry. While the two were talking, Hong Zhong had already ordered people to get ready. A huge flying spirit beast was on standby on the street. This time, in addition to Hong Zhong and Lin Yi, there were also 2 staff members who were responsible for helping Hong Zhong to go to the auction on the northernmost island. In the midst of whistling, the huge flying spirit beast soared into the sky and flew toward the north at top speed. Standing on the back of the flying spirit beast, Lin Yi could see that in addition to him and Hong Zhong, there were also more than a dozen flying spirit beasts on the North Island at the same time. They took off from different places in the same direction as them, heading toward the northernmost island. Looking at this scene, Lin Yi suddenly noticed that Hong Zhong's expression was a little strange. He could not help but wonder, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Since it was an auction, the Hong Chamber of Commerce would send people there. Naturally, the 3 pavilions of the North Island and other Chamber of Commerce forces would also send people there. There should be nothing strange about this, right? Nothing, I just think that these people are a little too big. In the past, the North Island auctions would not send so many people at once. Hong Zhong said thoughtfully, pinching his chin. Lin Yi heard the voice and looked over. He found that there were more than a dozen people on the other flying spirit beasts, but there were only 4 people on his side. In contrast, it seemed a lot thinner. According to the past practice, the North Island auctions were held once every 6 months. This frequency was not too high or too low. All the forces on the North Island would send people to participate, but very few people would make such a big fuss. Basically, Hong Zhong and his 2 deputies were enough to deal with it. If more people went there, it would be idle. After all, it was not a fight, but a normal auction transaction. There was no such thing as strength in numbers. However, putting aside the fact that there was only one clan that had mobilized such a large number of people, there were at least a dozen people standing on each of the flying spirit beasts. Some of them even had more people. This was too abnormal. Chapter 4006. Shopkeeper How, I haven't seen you for half a year. How are you? So many of you, are you going to the northernmost island for a big fight? Hong Zhong smiled and said to the leader of the other party. Like him, the shopkeeper of the North Island branch of a top chamber of commerce, whose influence was only slightly less than that of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. He also had a big shop in the inner street of the market. In the past, they often dealt with each other and had some friendship. But in the last half a year, Hong Zhong had never seen him in the inner street. Shopkeeper Hao returned a salute and said in a somewhat indifferent and distant tone, Shopkeeper Hong, you misunderstood me. It's said that the road to the northernmost island is not safe now. It'll be safer to bring more people. Really? Hong Zhong smiled non-committally. He wanted to ask again, but the shopkeeper had already waved his hand and sped away. Shopkeeper Hong, is the road to the northernmost island very dangerous? Do you need so many people to deal with it? Lin Yi asked when he heard that. After leaving the northern part of the island, there was a boundless ocean below them. If something were to happen to them in such a place, they would really have no one to help them even if they begged for help. Yes, in addition to the extremely bad weather, we should always be on guard against the powerful spirit beasts hiding under the sea. They have many means of ultra-long distance attack, so even if there are flying spirit beasts, ordinary practitioners can hardly reach the northernmost island safely. Hong Zhong nodded. No wonder. Lin Yi was shocked. He had heard when chatting with the ghost thing that the spirit beast clan on the Heaven Stage Island had gathered a large number of super spirit beasts. But just like the back mountain of the North Island, there were still countless powerful spirit beasts in other places. And the vast sea had always been the breeding place of legendary creatures. According to the ghost thing, even the king of spirit beasts in its heyday, even if he ruled the invincible spirit beast clan, had never conquered the endless sea. The water here was bottomless. No matter how terrifying the fierce creatures appeared, it would not be surprising. However, although the sea is dangerous, as long as there is a master to hold the line, not to wander around randomly, and follow the route on the map, it is relatively safe. In fact, it's relatively safe, and the possibility of accidents isn't high. That's why every family in the North Island auction house only sent 3 or 4 people. There's no need to send more than 10 people, unless there's some other reason, Hong Zhong said thoughtfully. As he said that, Hong Zhong wasn't the only one who found it strange. Even Lin Yi, a bystander, could tell that something was amiss. When Hong Zhong greeted the other party, he clearly saw that the other party's flying spirit beast had more than 10 boxes of goods tied to it. In contrast, he only had 2 or 3 boxes on his side. It wasn't just shopkeeper house family that was like this. It was the same for the other chambers of commerce. The meaning behind this was quite thought-provoking. People of the same trade are enemies. These words were indeed true. Lin Yi could already faintly feel that his trip to the Hong Chamber of Commerce's auction would not be so peaceful. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that his premonition would soon become reality. Hong Zhong was an experienced and prudent businessman. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never do anything risky. This was the route to the extreme North Island. From beginning to end, he followed the theoretically safest route on the map. This was a route specially designed by an expert, and it stuck close to the edge of the territories of many powerful sea beasts. The chances of being targeted by sea beasts were much lower than other routes. Normally, not only Hong Zhong, but also other people rarely traveled alone. After all, there were countless terrifying sea beasts in the vast sea. Walking randomly was simply playing with your life. No matter how many experts there were, it was useless. However, this time, the other people who set off from the North Island obviously didn't play by the rules. The flying spirit beast under Lin Yi's feet wasn't slow, but just a moment later, he completely lost sight of the other party. It was fine if it was just shopkeeper house family, but more than a dozen other families also didn't take the usual route at the same time. This was too strange. It was obvious that they had discussed it before. What are they going to do? This time, even Hong Zhong couldn't understand. They were all in the same trade, and he had some understanding of these people's temperament. These people were not adventurous people. However, even if he was confused, Hong Zhong couldn't rashly change the route. The other party had a large number of people, and more or less had the capital to take the unusual route. But if he followed them, he would definitely die. For the next half an hour, there was no wind or waves, but both Hong Zhong and Lin Yi guessed that this was only temporary. It couldn't be so calm forever. As expected, amidst the strange calm, the long-brewing crisis suddenly arrived. The flying spirit beast was at a height of 100 feet from the sea, and above it was thick clouds. If it was higher than this, it was easy to get lost, and if it was lower, it was easy to be attacked by sea beasts. This was theoretically the safest height. However, at this height, there was a sneak attack from below without warning. Young hero Lin, stand firm. Before Lin Yi could react, Hong Zhong had already raised his palm and slapped down. There was only a burst of air, and the thin clouds below suddenly burst into a circle of water. This is... Lin Yi was secretly shocked. From the beginning to the end, he didn't feel any threat. Even after watching this confrontation, he still couldn't understand what was going on. Hong Zhong explained, this is the water arrow of the flying swordfish. They can impact and glide up to 300 to 400 feet in the air, and then launch a water arrow attack. The penetrating power and lethality are very shocking. In addition, the water arrow is transparent and silent, and ordinary people can't detect it at all. If you don't guard against them in advance, you will be hit with a little carelessness. In this vast sea, it is a relatively common threat. I see. Hearing this, Lin Yi understood. If it wasn't for Hong Zhong, just this water arrow could make all of them fall to the bottom of the sea and be buried in the stomach of the fish. However, before Lin Yi had time to rejoice, there was suddenly a cold murderous intent below him. This time, even he could feel it clearly. Looking down, there were already dozens of holes in the clouds below. Because of the refraction of light, the originally undetectable water arrows were faintly discernible in the air. There were dozens of densely packed water arrows, and every one of them was as fatal as the previous one. This scene was simply enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even Hong Zhong couldn't help but twitch when he saw this scene. He said in a low voice, "We actually encountered a school of flying swordfish. Why is our luck so bad?" Chapter 4007. There was no time to hesitate. Hong Zhong's imposing manner suddenly rose to an unprecedented intensity. Lin Yi and the other two assistants beside him were oppressed by this imposing manner. They almost fell off the flying spirit beast. Fortunately, they reacted quickly enough. Hong Zhong pressed down with one hand, and suddenly, a golden light shone for tens of thousands of feet. A giant hand phantom appeared out of thin air, and it directly met the dozens of water arrows, and actually forcefully suppressed all of them. This strength really made Lin Yi dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the power of those water arrows was comparable to his true chi bombs. Dozens of water arrows were dozens of true chi bombs. What kind of terrifying power would they have when added together? Unexpectedly, they were suppressed by Hong Zhong in one move. Usually, Hong Zhong looked like a quiet and honest elder. He didn't expect that when he made a move, he would be so domineering and shocking. Sure enough, a real person doesn't show his true colors. Hong Zhong was really a person who hid his true colors. Suppressing dozens of water arrows with one palm, under the incomparable aura, even the flying spirit beast under his feet was almost hit. It struggled for a moment before it finally managed to stabilize its body. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Just as this wave of flying swordfish's attack was settled, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the air. At first, it sounded like a woman singing, but at second, it sounded like the ancient Buddhist dhyana language. It concealed profound meaning, causing people to feel an instinctive shudder from the depths of their souls, and then become absent-minded. Divine sense attack. Lin Yi's figure instantly trembled. Although his strength was far from the point of divine sense attack and defense, he already had some understanding of it. Even if he didn't react, the ghost thing would inevitably remind him. This time, it was the ghost thing who took the initiative to block it for him. Be careful. This is the siren's song that destroys people's divine sense. Hong Zhong hurriedly warned. Sirens were one of the most mysterious and powerful sea beasts known to man. They were not very large in size. Their size was not big, and they were far less fierce than ordinary sea beasts. They also didn't have any substantial destructive power. However, they had an extremely troublesome racial talent, which was to destroy divine sense. This talent was so terrible that even a super expert like Hong Zhong had a headache. Although he could protect himself with his strength, it would be very difficult for him to protect these people who were far weaker than him at the same time. What's more, he had just suppressed dozens of deadly water arrows with one palm. At this moment, Hong Zhong was running out of energy. The coordination between the siren and the water swordfish. It was enough to be fatal to anyone. The siren's song's sudden attack was different from ordinary attacks. This kind of divine sense attack could be said to be impossible to guard against. Even though Hong Zhong had used all his strength to defend himself, he was still unable to protect Lin Yi and the others. The two assistants, who were slightly weaker, were stunned almost instantly. Their eyes became empty and dark, which was a sign that the siren's song had destroyed their divine sense. Oh no! Hong Zhong's heart skipped a beat. The siren's song had a destructive effect on one's spiritual sense. Once hit, there was no way out. Only a master like Zhongliju would be able to do something about it. It was obviously over. This was indeed the case. After the two deputies were hit, their spiritual consciousness was destroyed, and they directly became vegetative. They immediately fell from the back of the flying spirit beast. Hong Zhong didn't reach out to save them. 1. He really didn't have the strength to save them. 2. Even if he did, it would be useless. So far, there had never been a precedent of someone surviving after their spiritual consciousness was destroyed by the siren's song. However, what surprised Hong Zhong was that Lin Yi, who was weaker than the two deputies, didn't follow the tragic footsteps of the two. Instead, he looked calm and unmoved, as if he wasn't affected at all. Hong Zhong couldn't help but be surprised. His opinion of Lin Yi rose a notch. Although he wanted to block the siren's song for Lin Yi, the extent of what he could do was very limited. Lin Yi didn't receive any more care than the two deputies. At this moment, he was unharmed. It was really strange. What he didn't know was that Lin Yi's spiritual consciousness was stronger than most people's, and he had a master who could regenerate his spirit. This damn thing could be considered a master in the field of spiritual consciousness. This level of spiritual consciousness attack was nothing to him. However, before Hong Zhong could finish his thought, the flying spirit beast under his feet suddenly trembled, and it started to wobble. It looked like it was going to fall at any moment. Hong Zhong and Lin Yi's expressions changed at the same time. This was the vast ocean, and there was no place to land. There were countless ferocious sea beasts lurking. If they fell, even with Hong Zhong's strength, they would definitely die, let alone Lin Yi, who was only at the intermediate phase of the Foundation establishment stage. They're not even letting the flying spirit beasts go, they're trying to kill us. At this critical moment, Hong Zhong gritted his teeth. With the resolve to fight to the death, he used all his spiritual consciousness to help the flying spirit beast resist the threat of the siren's song. Seeing this, Lin Yi secretly signaled to the ghost. If it really didn't work, he could only ask the ghost to save them. After all, they were all on the same boat. If the flying spirit beast died, everyone would die. Of course, this was a last resort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yi would not dare to expose the ghost's existence in front of Hong Zhong. This secret was very important, and they weren't that familiar with each other yet. Fortunately, after Hong Zhong used all his strength, the flying spirit beast struggled for a while and finally stabilized, allowing Lin Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he'd finally escaped calamity, yet he never expected that right at this moment, another wave of water arrows shot over violently from below, and it forced Hong Zhong to have no choice but to hastily use his hands to suppress them once more. But this time, it wasn't as straightforward as before. Although Hong Zhong's shocking strength successfully suppressed most of the water arrows, there was a fish that slipped through the net. A water arrow whistled directly towards the flying spirit beast's wing. At this time, it was already too late for Hong Zhong to react. Once the flying spirit beast's wing was injured, it would be impossible for it to fly out of the vast ocean. There was no village ahead or shop behind, and it could only die here. Bang! At the last moment when the flying spirit beast was about to be hit, a powerful palm of vital chi suddenly hit the water arrow. It was from Lin Yi's hand, the 23rd style of the frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm. Beautiful! Seeing this, Hong Zhong's eyes suddenly lit up. This move of Lin Yi's did not directly suppress the water arrow, but it successfully changed the direction of the water arrow, causing it to slightly miss the flying spirit beast's wing. Chapter 4008. Watching the only 2 boxes fall into the sea, Hong Zhong was speechless for a long time, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was still trying his best to resist the siren's song, and he couldn't be distracted at all. If he rashly ordered the flying spirit beast to descend in order to chase after the 2 boxes, it would be suicide. Don't forget, there was still the deadly school of water swordfish below. Although Lin Yi could instantly store the 2 boxes of goods into the space of the jade pendant, this was his biggest secret, and he didn't intend to directly expose it. He didn't intend to tell Hong Zhong about the jade pendant for the time being. After a while, the storm finally passed. The school of water swordfish gave up the chase, and the siren that came out of nowhere finally disappeared. The sudden crisis finally came to an end. Looking at the empty scene behind them, Hong Zhong and Lin Yi didn't have the slightest expression of happiness, and they were silent. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the far north island, and his 2 assistants and 2 boxes of auction items were all gone just like that. He had died before he could succeed. This trip hadn't even begun, and he had already hit a head and a face full of dirt. After a long time, Hong Zhong regained his calm expression, and said in a deep voice, "Young hero Lin, this old man has implicated you this time, I'm really sorry." "What are you talking about, shopkeeper Hong? I'm already indebted to you for coming all the way here. How can you say that you've dragged me down? Accidents are inevitable." "Shopkeeper Hong, you're exaggerating," Lin Yi quickly said. Hong Zhong shook his head. "It's not an accident. This time's incident was definitely premeditated, and this old man can almost conclude that it was shopkeeper Hao and the others who did it." "Why do you say so? They just left a step earlier. This encounter of ours, it's not necessarily an accident, right?" Although Lin Yi guessed so in his heart, he still asked. "Young hero Lin, you don't know. The school of water swordfish and the sea demons were both rare sea beasts, and they were incompatible with each other. There was absolutely no border between their territories, and under normal circumstances, it would be hard to bump into each other even if one traveled dozens of times. Moreover, both of them met at the same time. There is only one explanation for this situation: someone specifically used something to lure them here," Hong Zhong said firmly. The road was bumpy, and after 2 hours, Lin Yi and Hong Zhong finally arrived at the northernmost island. Along the way, Lin Yi truly experienced the dangers of the boundless sea. Even though they had already followed the theoretically safest route on the map, they still encountered no less than 3 attacks in 4 hours. One of them was from the sky, and the other 2 were from the sea. With Lin Yi's eyesight, he could tell that each of these 3 attacks was fatal. At the very least, it would not be a problem for it to instantly kill the flying spirit beast below it. It was just that Hong Zhong managed to suppress it in time every time, allowing it to avert danger. It could be seen that it was just as Hong Zhong had said. Although the sea was extremely dangerous, as long as there was a reliable expert holding the fort, it was enough to guarantee one's safety. Alighting from the back of the aerial spirit beast, Zhong Xian looked at the sight before him. Lin Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. The northernmost island wasn't big, but there was a magnificent and dazzling palace in the center. Shrouded in the 7-colored auspicious clouds, it was faintly discernible, dreamlike, and illusory, as if it was a paradise on earth. A mirage? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he was quite surprised to see the legendary 7-colored auspicious clouds in such a place. Hong Zhong chuckled and said, "This is the symbol of the northernmost island. Because of the climate, this place is shrouded in clouds all year round. Later, after it was developed into a gold-squandering den, it was artificially transformed into 7-colored clouds. You can't see such a rare sight anywhere else." Lin Yi nodded. At least from the external appearance, the reputation of the northernmost island was well-deserved. In addition to the magnificent palace, the security of the northernmost island was also extremely tight. There were 3 layers of guards inside and outside, and all of them wore black armor. Each of them had the strength of at least the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and the leader's rank was even higher. Even during Shanghai Lanus' birthday banquet a while ago, the guards were slightly inferior compared to this place. "Let's go," Hong Zhong said and led the way to the palace. Because they were old acquaintances, the guards didn't come over to interrogate them and directly let them pass. However, Lin Yi, who was following behind Hong Zhong, could still feel the countless gazes on him. If he showed the slightest hint of unusualness, he'd probably be instantly arrested by the guards. The pressure they gave off was not any weaker than the enforcers at all. Entering the palace, it could be said to be a completely different world inside. There were pavilions and waterside pavilions, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was completely different from the magnificent layout shown outside, but this difference would not make people feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, they felt that the style and grade were a level higher than that of ordinary palaces. Lin Yi paid a little attention and found that these pavilions and waterside pavilions, in addition to the quiet and elegant appearance that was pleasing to the eye, faintly contained some kind of profound array. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. The person who designed this palace was definitely a talent. Following behind Hong Zhong, Chen Shi passed through a few pavilions before his eyes lit up and he arrived at a spacious area. The surroundings were surrounded by a lake, and at the center was an enormous pavilion that was simple yet didn't lose its grand atmosphere. The pavilion was bustling with activity and there was a hubbub of voices. Surprisingly, there were already a few dozen people seated there, and manager Hao, whom she had just met, was surprisingly amongst them. "This is the auction site?" Lin Yi asked. This leisurely scene was like an outing, and it was a little different from the solemn auction he knew. Yes, in the past, the auction was always held in this pavilion, and this time should be no exception. However, there weren't so many people in the past. Why are they even here? Hong Zhong frowned, especially after seeing the identity of the people sitting there. He couldn't help but frown even more. Them. Following Hong Zhong's gaze, Lin Yi found that although these people were sitting together and talking loudly, they were also divided into several circles. The largest circle had 20 to 30 people. They were shopkeeper Hao and the other people who set off from the North Island at the same time as Lin Yi had seen before. In addition, there were several other small circles. Although the number of people was smaller, their aura was enough to compete with these people. Among them, there were only 5 or 6 people, but each of them exuded an extremely fierce and dangerous aura, like a fierce beast choosing its prey. Even if the people around them were all experts, they still instinctively felt a chill run down their spines. Even the Spirit Beast clan of the South Island has sent people here. This North Island auction is a bit interesting. The ghost's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Chapter 4009. In addition to this small circle, there was another small circle that also surprised him. There were only 5 or 6 people, and many of them were strong with unfathomable strength. But these people had one thing in common: they were all women. As far as Lin Yi knew, in addition to Central Island, only West Island was a gathering place for female cultivators. In the other 3 islands, unless there were special cases like Shangguan Lena, female cultivators were rarely seen. So the origin of these people was obvious. Not to mention other people, Lin Yi could now recognize that the spirit beasts of South Island, the female cultivators of West Island, and shopkeeper Hao and the others. This so-called North Island auction had gathered more than 3 island masters, and among the others, there might even be masters from East Island. This wasn't quite the same as what he'd heard from Hong Zhong. The North Island auction was held once every 6 months, and normally only the forces of the North Island would participate. The forces of the other islands wouldn't be invited, and they wouldn't participate in the auction. But this time, it was obviously different. In addition to the abnormality that had been discovered on the way before, even Lin Yi, a layman, could clearly conclude that Hong Zhong and the Hong's Chamber of Commerce behind him were obviously cheated. What Lin Yi could see, Hong Zhong naturally knew. Even an old man like him, who was used to all kinds of storms, couldn't help but look gloomy. At this time, a man in white suddenly got up from the pavilion. He gracefully and lightly swept across the lake and appeared in front of Lin Yi and others. He smiled at Hong Zhong and said, "Shopkeeper Hong, how have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hong Zhong cupped his hands and said, "Housekeeper Song, how have you been? May I ask, is this auction different from the past?" Hearing this, the man who was addressed as Housekeeper Song smiled playfully and said, "Shopkeeper Hong, your question is a little biased. Even though the auction will be held in the extreme North Island, we are only the host and provide the venue. We also send some people to assist you. Everything is decided by you and has never gone through our hands. You should know better than me whether there is any difference." Hong Zhong took a deep look at him and nodded. "That's true. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Then can you tell me when this auction will start, Housekeeper Song?" "I know this. This auction will officially start 3 days later." Housekeeper Song smiled faintly. 3 days later? Hong Zhong's eyes suddenly narrowed. Lin Yi beside him was also surprised to hear this. In the past, the North Island auction was always finished in 1 day. If there was no accident, they could return on the same day. But this time, it was arranged 3 days later. There were indeed many tricks. Housekeeper Song raised his head and glanced at the people in the pavilion in the distance, then looked at Hong Zhong with a playful expression. "For the sake of our many years of friendship, there's no harm in reminding you that this auction is no longer the North Island auction, but the 4 Islands auction fair. In the next 3 days, all the important figures of the other 3 islands will arrive, and even people from the Middle Island will come. For your Chamber of Commerce, this is a rare grand occasion. Take care. After saying this, housekeeper Song left lightly, leaving Hong Zhong alone in shock and speechless for a long time. Shopkeeper Hong, if there is anything you need help with, I'm willing to do my best. Lin Yi took the initiative to say. From a simple North Island auction to a Four Islands auction fair, the style and level of the auction was greatly improved. At the same time, Hong Zhong, who was kept in the dark from the beginning to the end, was ruthlessly slandered. No wonder the other Chamber of Commerce forces brought a lot of goods. If it was just an ordinary North Island auction, it would not be able to consume them at all. But the Four Islands auction fair was different. All the forces of the Four Islands would send people over. This was a rare event. No matter how many goods they had, they could be auctioned. For many Chamber of Commerce, this was not only an opportunity to make a fortune, but also an excellent opportunity to enhance their influence. The performance of this Four Islands auction could even affect the ranking of the major Chamber of Commerce in the Merchant Union. This was a key ranking related to the distribution of the cake. The strong preyed on the weak. This law of nature was vividly reflected in the business world, especially in the Merchant Union, where the competition was extremely fierce. The difference between the top and the bottom was completely different. With a snowball effect, even if there was only a difference of one rank, it was not uncommon for the one in front to swallow up the one in behind. This time, the other Chamber of Commerce forces came prepared. Only Hong Zhong and the Hong Chamber of Commerce knew nothing about it. In addition, they were attacked halfway and lost all their goods. It was obvious that they had been targeted by these people. It was obvious that these people were plotting against them. Even if the Hong Chamber of Commerce was a big tree with deep roots, don't forget that the Chamber of Commerce that could deal with them was not weak. If this Four Islands auction fair was disgraced, it might become their Waterloo afterward. That would be a big scam. Thank you, young hero Lin, for your kindness. Your 13 top-grade foundation establishment bottleneck breaking pills are already timely help. As for the other things, I will find a way to solve them. Hong Zhong smiled, regaining his usual calmness. Because Lin Yi's 13 top-grade foundation establishment bottleneck breaking pills were added at the last minute before the departure, they were not packed together with the other goods. Instead, Hong Zhong kept them with him, which was a blessing in disguise. In addition, even if the 2 boxes of auction items were lost, as long as they reacted in time, there was still a way to replenish them before the auction, so there was no need to worry too much. After saying that, Hong Zhong did not go to the pavilion to exchange greetings with those so-called old acquaintances. Instead, he directly took Lin Yi to the room, while he himself did not stop. He immediately used the messenger eagle to inform the headquarters of the Hong Chamber of Commerce on Middle Island and the branches on other islands about what he had just learned. Although there was no teleportation array on the extreme North Island, there was one on the North Island. Moreover, the branch on the North Island had a special fast way to contact the headquarters of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. As long as the messenger eagle was sent back to the branch on the North Island, and the news was sent back through the branch on the North Island, they would get a response within a day. This time, the Hong Chamber of Commerce did not receive any news about this Four Islands auction fair, nor did they make any preparations in advance. Fortunately, there were still 3 days. If they reacted in time, there was still a way to remedy the situation. Chapter 40:10. These pavilions were not only beautiful and refreshing, but they were also a combination of different types of entertainment. In just an hour, Lin Yi had already passed a couple of casinos and casinos. These were things that normal people loved, but to strong practitioners, it was a rare pastime. Lin Yi had seen such places before. Not to mention that he was not interested in these things at all. Even if he had such an idea, he would not rashly spend money in a place he was not familiar with. Otherwise, he would be cheated. In addition to the entertainment venues in the far North Island, Lin Yi also saw many merchants who were exhibiting their treasures in various pavilions. As Steward Song said, this was the Four Islands auction fair, and the final auction was set in 3 days. These 3 days were the time for the chambers of commerce to display their treasures. To accumulate popularity in advance and attract as many potential buyers as possible, so that they could get as high a price as possible in the auction 3 days later. This was the significance of exhibiting treasures. Before the auction began, The smoke of gunpowder had already spread. However, for the Hong Chamber of Commerce who knew nothing about it beforehand, the precious 3 days would inevitably be wasted. Even if Hong Zhong could take remedial measures in time, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to transport the goods from the headquarters in Middle Island. It was impossible for him to make it in time. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Lin Yi for the time being. Even if he wanted to help Hong Zhong, he was basically powerless. The only thing he could do now was to find his target auction item. Of the 7 materials listed by the King of Junk, except for the mysterious water droplet, which had been bought from the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he had to find a way to collect the remaining 6 materials in this auction. If it was just an ordinary North Island auction in the past, there might be some missing materials, but this time the momentum was so great that as long as he was determined to find them, he would have a great chance to collect all of them. As expected, after walking around, Lin Yi had already found 4 of the materials. This was based on the fact that the exhibition had just begun, and many merchants had not taken out all the auction items yet. If nothing went wrong, he should be able to find the remaining 2 materials in the next 2 days. The night passed peacefully, and Lin Yi went to look for Hong Zhong the next morning. The usually calm and collected elder's face was surprisingly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like he hadn't slept the entire night, and had been working himself to the bone. "Manager Hong, the situation is not optimistic?" Lin Yi asked. He came here with Hong Zhong, so they were on the same boat. Coupled with their past friendship, he would not hesitate to help Hong Zhong if he needed any help. "Young Master Lin, good morning." Hong Zhong forced a smile on his face. He did not hide anything from Lin Yi and admitted, "That's right. I just received a reply this morning. Our Hong merchant group has been buried in a trap set up by others." "How could it be?" Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and asked doubtfully, "The Hong Chamber of Commerce is a big business. Even if others want to join forces to target us, it won't be so easy, right?" Hong Zhong shook his head and sighed. "That being said, we have now become the target of public criticism, and the other party has been planning for a long time. Not only did they deliberately block the news of the auction from us, but even our material reserves were consumed and purchased in advance. Including the headquarters in Middle Island and the other 3 branches, there was a serious shortage of goods that could be auctioned at the same time. In the past few days, they were bought in batches, which was really unexpected." Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. Even a layman like him knew that a business giant like the Hong Chamber of Commerce must attach great importance to the stock of goods. Even if there was a shortage in a short period of time, there must be channels to quickly replenish it. To cause a serious shortage in all the headquarters in Middle Island and the 4 branches, and to be stuck at this critical time, the difficulty could be imagined. If that's the case, then it's true that they've been planning this for a long time. But the reason they're going through all this trouble is probably not just this 4 Isles Auction Expo. I'm afraid they're planning something even more troublesome later on. That's true. The other party is coming with great ferocity this time, and the auction is just the beginning. If we appear to be too weak and are caught by others, our Hong Chamber of Commerce might really face an unprecedented crisis, Hong Zhong said worriedly. The other party was an alliance of many forces. In the beginning, many of them might only be in a wait-and-see state. However, if the Hong Chamber of Commerce appeared too weak and was thought to be profitable, they would finally swarm over, and the end would not be far. On the contrary, in this 4 Islands auction fair, if the Hong Chamber of Commerce had a way to safely get through the crisis and show a deep foundation, then these forces would automatically retreat, and the danger would be easily solved. Manager Hong, if we can prepare enough auction items in a short period of time, will we be able to deal with this crisis? Lin Yi suddenly asked thoughtfully. Hong Zhong nodded and said, "That's right. But for an auction of this level, the ordinary level of goods are not good enough. Even if they are shipped over, it will only make people laugh. And for goods that are good enough, there is no way to replenish them in a short period of time. It really makes people feel helpless. Then, are elixirs like the best grade foundation establishment bottleneck breaking elixir good enough?" Lin Yi asked again. Of course. Experts in the foundation establishment stage are the foundation and backbone of every force. For them, The best grade foundation establishment bottleneck breaking elixir is a treasure that can only be found by luck. It is even more sought after than some divine weapons. For any force, it can be regarded as a strategic level elixir, an existence that has a price but no market. Hong Zhong nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth slightly curved up. If that's the case, then I should be able to help a little. Since they are all holding the Four Islands auction fair, how about we hold a best grade elixir fair? Best grade elixir fair? Hong Zhong's eyes lit up and he quickly said, could it be that young hero Lin still has a lot of best grade elixirs on hand? No. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. 2 best grade foundation establishment bottleneck breaking elixirs were given to Shangguan Lena, and the 13 best grade foundation establishment bottleneck breaking elixirs were all sold to Hong Zhong. He did not have any elixirs left. Then, where did this best grade elixir fair come from? Hong Zhong could not help but be a little disappointed. Chapter 40:11. Even someone like Hong Zhong, who was used to all kinds of situations, was stunned by these domineering words. After a while, he said, Master Lin, we only have 3 days left. Are you really confident that you can concoct a large amount of elixirs, and they have to be of the highest quality? One couldn't blame Hong Zhong for being puzzled. Anyone with a bit of common sense would be puzzled. Everyone knew that concocting elixirs was a very time-consuming and laborious. A weaker elixir refiner might not even be able to concoct a single elixir in 3 days. As for the highest quality elixirs, unless it was a elixir god like Zhongliju, even a slightly weaker elixir refiner couldn't guarantee it. After so many interactions, Hong Zhong was 100% sure that Lin Yi could concoct elixirs of the highest quality, but to say that he could concoct a large amount in 3 days was too much. Let's try it. We don't have any other ideas anyway, why don't we give it a try? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Since Lin Yi said so, Hong Zhong didn't have any other ideas. He just nodded. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, Master Lin. I'll thank you after this is done. I'll go prepare now. Hong Zhong immediately went to prepare the ingredients, and Lin Yi, on the other hand, asked for a special guest room and closed his eyes to rest. This time, the reason why he offered to help was because he had thought it through. 1. He could return Hong Zhong's previous favors and deepen their relationship. 2. If he showed his great value in front of Hong Zhong, it would be easier for them to work together in the future. An hour later, Hong Zhong brought a few people with him and moved a few sacks of elixirs. In order to save time, he bought these from Steward Song. These elixirs weren't considered important resources here, and they could be bought with spirit jade. The elixirs that could be concocted with these ingredients were similar to the foundation-breaking elixirs, which were commonly used by foundation establishment practitioners. Since Lin Yi could concoct the foundation-breaking elixir, naturally, he could concoct these elixirs as well. He even gave Lin Yi a few recipes as well. It was an early reward for Lin Yi. After all, to a elixir refiner, every recipe was extremely valuable. After roughly sorting out the ingredients, Lin Yi asked Hong Zhong to find someone to borrow a pill refining room and entered into a state of isolation. Time was limited, and it was time for the Shennong's cauldron to shine. Lin Yi had never come into contact with these elixirs before. After all, there weren't any foundation establishment practitioners in the mortal world. There were no elixirs to speak of. However, this didn't stop him from concocting. Even if it was a pill he'd never seen before, elixir making was still the same. Don't forget that he still had Zhongliju's notes in the common world. Even if he used it as a reference when making foundation building elixirs, it'd still be very useful. What was worth mentioning was that when he was studying these notes, Lin Yi had received quite a bit of inspiration. It wasn't related to elixir concocting, but it was a killer move that could completely surpass the super chi bomb. However, it was still in the testing phase, and he hadn't fully mastered it yet. Other than the help of Zhongliju's notes, the Shennong cauldron, under Han Jingjing's genius modifications, had become a complete semi-automatic elixir concoction artifact. This semi-automatic only required Lin Yi to manually inject his qi into the cauldron, and everything else was done by the cauldron itself. Even elixirs that it had never come into contact with before were no problem. As long as the recipe was inputted, the cauldron would automatically analyze the elixir concoction curve, and the rest couldn't be any simpler. Following the instructions of the cauldron, He would put in the ingredients and carefully inject his qi, waiting for the elixir to come out. 2 hours later, the first batch of elixirs came out, and the results were just as Lin Yi had expected. As an experiment, he put in 5 portions of ingredients at once, and this time, 3 pills came out successfully, while the other 2 were useless. The first experiment had a 60% success rate, and for any elixir refiner, this was already an exaggeration. The Shunnong Cauldron's performance after that was the true proof of its legendary abilities. The same elixir, the second batch had a success rate of 80%, and from the third batch onwards, the success rate had stabilized at 90% and above, even approaching 100%. Each time, the cauldron would automatically correct the pill concoction curve, and step by step, it would increase the already shocking success rate to an unparalleled level. The first 2 batches still had some failures, but after that, the failures pretty much disappeared. This was the true strength of the Shunnong Cauldron. For 2 whole days, Lin Yi didn't go out and had been refining elixirs with all his might. Hong Zhong didn't know what was going on inside, but even if Lin Yi couldn't refine enough top-grade elixirs, his gratitude to Lin Yi didn't diminish in the slightest. The only 2 boxes of auction items were dropped halfway, and the central island and the other 3 islands were short of supplies at the same time. The sudden 4 Islands Auction Expo suddenly pushed Hong Zhong to the heart of the struggle. According to this development, the Hong Chamber of Commerce would inevitably fall into disgrace. Not to mention what more dangerous and fatal actions those people would take in the future. At least for Hong Zhong, his career as a sole shopkeeper would come to an end. In order to intimidate people and to give everyone an explanation, the Hong Chamber of Commerce would definitely push him out as the scapegoat for this incident. They would blame him for the root cause of this failure. This was a logical thing to happen, and no one could change it. Therefore, forced by the situation, Hong Zhong, who was originally omnipotent, was now left with one last life-saving straw because he was being targeted by others, and that was Lin Yi. If Lin Yi succeeded, then he would be able to escape. If not, then there was nothing he could do, and he could only resign himself to fate. That was the truth. In the 2 days that Lin Yi was concentrating on refining elixirs, Hong Zhong and the other potential opponents didn't just sit around and do nothing. They gathered together and found Steward Song. Tomorrow is the auction. Looking at the time, if Hong Zhong has a way to transfer supplies from other places, he should be able to arrive today. Although this possibility is not high, we can't be careless. The first person to speak was Hong Zhong's old acquaintance, shopkeeper Hao. Chapter 40:12. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. The so-called Anti-Flood Alliance was formed by the alliance of the 5 largest merchant guilds in the Merchant Union. Each of them was ranked in the top 10, and among them, the merchant guilds behind shopkeeper Hao and the yellow-haired man were the strongest. Behind shopkeeper Hao was the Wealthy Metropolis Association, which was ranked 3rd in the Merchant Union. The yellow-haired man's name was Wang Tong, and behind him was the All Access Assembly, which was ranked 4th in the Merchant Union. In addition to the other 3 top 10 merchant unions, with such a luxurious lineup, even the Hong Merchant Union, which was ranked 2nd in the Merchant Union, would not be able to handle it. As for the first, it was the 5 Elements Pharmacy, a subsidiary of the Pill Hall. It was founded by the pill god Zhongliju naturally, no one dared to do anything to it. This 4 Islands Auction Expo was only the first battle of the Anti-Flood Alliance. There would be a series of actions after that, and they only had one goal, to divide and devour the giant that was Hong Merchant Union. Seeing that no one took it seriously, shopkeeper Hao cautiously reminded everyone, this is the first battle of our Anti-Flood Alliance, and it is also a crucial battle. The higher-ups of each family are watching this matter closely, and the success or failure of this battle is related to everyone's future, so there is no room for error. Although Hong Zhong has become a turtle in a jar, this old man thinks that it is better to be careful, lest we fail miserably. That's right, shopkeeper Hao, you're right. Hong Zhong has been in the North Island for decades, and has seen his fair share of storms and waves. Who knows, he might have some sort of emergency plan that no one knows about, and it'll be hard to defend against it. One mistake and we'll fail. Young Master Wang, it's better to be careful, the others agreed. Wang Tong was the young master of the All Tong gathering, and he was already very pleased with himself, but after hearing the words of shopkeeper Hao and the others, he frowned. It's said that the older one gets, the more timid they become. This saying is absolutely true. I've long since guessed that Hongzhong would be helpless. However, since you all insist on being careful, I'll let you do as you please. However, I'll have to trouble myself to inquire about something. Since he has already fallen to such a state, how are you all going to guard against him? Wang Tong asked with disdain. Shopkeeper Hao chuckled in an experienced and prudent manner. Young shopkeeper Wang, don't worry. This old man has a way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. However, this matter will require housekeeper Song's assistance. A voice came from outside. You need me to do it. Is there anything I can help you with? Seeing housekeeper Song step into the room as if no one else was present, everyone present stood up in succession to greet him. In this northernmost island, housekeeper Song had full authority over everything. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the master of this place. Shopkeeper Hao cupped his hands and smiled. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. We naturally can't hide our affairs from housekeeper Song, so I'll be frank with you this time. If nothing unexpected happens, the Hong Merchant Group will most likely think of a way to send a batch of supplies over today as emergency supplies for tomorrow's auction. This is a rare opportunity to crush the Hong Merchant Group. We definitely won't allow them to escape from death, so would like to ask housekeeper Song for a small favor. You want me to stop them halfway? Manager Song smiled spuriously as he swept his gaze over everyone and spoke with a profound meaning. That's right. On this northernmost island, only your northern garrison has the strength and the guts to do this. It's just a piece of cake for you to stop them. We are willing to pay you 10,000 spiritual jades as compensation. What do you think? Shopkeeper Hao suggested respectfully. 10,000 spiritual jades? Housekeeper Song raised his eyebrows and grinned. Shopkeeper Hao, you've said it yourself. I'm the only one who has the strength and the guts to do this. Once we do this, it means we're going to turn against the Hong Merchant Group. Am I that stupid in your eyes that I would openly offend the Hong Merchant Group for some spiritual jades? Shopkeeper Hao said calmly. You don't have to worry, housekeeper Song. As long as our anti-flood alliance is here, the Hong Merchant Group will soon cease to exist. Moreover, even if they know it's your northern garrison who did this, their number one enemy is us. They won't spare their energy to deal with you. What do you think? What's more, you don't need to waste your manpower this time. All you need to do is send an order for the northern garrison to make some extra money. You can easily get 10,000 spiritual jades. Why not? Housekeeper Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, as expected of an experienced businessman. Shopkeeper Hao's words do make some sense. However, you seem to have forgotten something. I, Song, and shopkeeper Hong Zhonghong have been friends for decades. Even if we aren't brothers, we are at least old friends, so everyone's heart skipped a beat. So, housekeeper Song smiled. So, don't you think we need to add more spiritual jades to hit an old friend when he's down? Ah, I see. Everyone couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculous. Because it was an old friend, not only did they have to accept the job, but they also had to pay more. Housekeeper Song's logic was really invincible. Well, 15,000 spiritual jades. Are you satisfied, housekeeper Song? Shopkeeper Hao reacted and said quickly. The 5 merchant unions were among the top 10 merchant unions. This amount of spiritual jades was nothing to them. Then, you can wait here for my news. Housekeeper Song nodded in satisfaction. He immediately turned around and left. Making 15,000 spiritual jades with a simple order was like a pie falling from the sky. It would be a waste not to take it. As for the fact that he was Hong Zhonghong's old friend, although it was not a lie, how could he reject someone who was giving him spiritual jades for free? A whole day passed in a flash. Shopkeeper Hao, Wang Tong, and the others had been waiting in the living room. However, the news they expected never came. It wasn't until the sun had set that they saw housekeeper Song slowly walk in. He had a playful smile on his face. The northern garrison has called off their troops. The extreme North Island has been sealed. It seems that the Hong Merchant Union won't be sending any more supplies here before tomorrow's auction. You can pay the promised 15,000 spiritual jades now. Hearing that, Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The possibility that Hong Zhonghong was at his wit's end was theoretically the highest. Naturally, it was within their expectations. The 15,000 spiritual jades were just to buy some peace of mind and eliminate the last possibility. Chapter 40:13. Shopkeeper Hao and the others looked at each other and didn't say anything. They were all experienced and prudent businessmen. Spending this amount of spiritual jades could crush Hong Zhong's last hope of making a comeback. It wasn't a loss at all. After taking the spiritual jades, Steward Song suddenly said with a half-smile, "I've always been kind. I didn't manage to intercept the Hong Chamber of Commerce's goods this time, but I took 15,000 spiritual jades from you for nothing. Although it's reasonable, I still feel bad about it. So, why don't I give you a piece of information?" Everyone had a strange look on their faces. If he really felt bad about it, why did he take the spiritual jades so quickly? "What is it? Please tell me, Steward Song." Shopkeeper Hao cupped his hands and asked. Steward Song smiled. "You've all been here discussing important matters today, so you haven't paid much attention to what's going on outside. I guess you don't know that the Hong Chamber of Commerce has joined the auction half an hour ago, right?" "What?" Everyone's expression changed. They were all dumbfounded and couldn't say a word for a long time. They had been discussing how to deal with the Hong Chamber of Commerce from the beginning to the end. They had even taken out a large amount of spiritual jades to ask the northern garrison guards for help just for the slightest possibility. They had never thought that Hong Zhong would have the capital to participate in the auction. Participate in the auction? How is it possible for him to take out an auction item now? Shopkeeper Hao and the others couldn't help but exclaim. 2 boxes of goods had fallen into the sea, which also cut off the Hong Chamber of Commerce's supply line. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible for that to happen. Unless someone had sold Hong Zhong the materials they were going to auction in advance. None of the people present were stupid, and they quickly thought of this possibility. Then, their expressions became ferocious and unfriendly. "How dare they do such a thing behind our backs? Do they think our anti-flood alliance is nothing?" Steward Song couldn't help but laugh. "Everyone, you've probably misunderstood. The things that Hong Zhong has brought out for sale this time are quite shocking. It's not something that any Chamber of Commerce would be able to bring out. No one would be stupid enough to sell such a strategic resource to him in private. It can be seen that this old friend of mine has long been prepared and has played a good trick on everyone." Upon hearing this, the faces of Manager Hao, Wang Tong, and the others turned even uglier. Without further ado, they rose to their feet and left the room. They were eager to see what this old man Hong Zhong had to offer. Seeing their expressions, Steward Song cursed in his mind. What a bunch of idiots. Who else would they cheat if not their spiritual jades? The group of people quickly arrived at the pavilion that the Hong Merchant Group had booked for the exhibition. As his assistant had died halfway, Hong Zhong, as the manager, could only personally attend to the event. Even Lin Yi had to help from the side. The pavilion wasn't big, and the items that the Hong Chamber of Commerce took out for exhibition weren't big either. They could barely fill up a row of display racks. However, the items displayed on the row of display racks caused even the experienced and knowledgeable shopkeepers of the large chambers of commerce to stare with their eyes wide open. How is that possible? Wang Tong, who was the most impatient among them, was stunned. More than 100 elixirs. Even the experienced shopkeeper Hao couldn't help but feel his temples throbbing. His heart almost exploded from the shock. In any auction, supreme-grade elixirs were always the best. It was already good enough to get 3 or 4 of them, let alone 100. It was simply unimaginable, unless they had a pill god like Zhongliju at home. From the expected emptiness, to suddenly conjuring a full 100 top-grade medicinal pills, this sudden change of events was too shocking and heaven-defying. "Yo, we meet again. How have you been these past few days? Does my humble shop's small business catch everyone's attention?" Hong Zhong smiled innocently as he enjoyed everyone's deflated expressions while swallowing their eggs. What the hell? Everyone couldn't help but want to vomit blood again. A total of more than 100 top-grade medicinal pills, and he actually said that it was a small business that didn't enter his eyes. Then what were they? After plotting and spending so much effort, Not only were they unable to suppress Hong Zhong and the Hong merchant group, they had instead caused such an embarrassing and shocking scene. At this moment, the expressions of manager Hao, Wang Tong, and the others were truly so gloomy that water could be seen. Although Hong Zhong was an honest elder, what he said at this time was really infuriating. Lin Yi snickered as he watched from the side. The impact and shock brought about by more than 100 top-grade elixirs was something that even the most experienced and knowledgeable person would not be able to endure, not to mention this group of people behind the scenes who schemed to bring down the Hong Chamber of Commerce. In fact, not only these people, even the big shots from Middle Island who came late also came to join in the fun. They all looked surprised and whispered to each other, praising the elixirs. In the crowd, a figure in yellow suddenly made Lin Yi's eyes light up. He looked carefully and Lin Yi's mind went blank. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Tian Chan?" Voice, appearance, speech and mannerisms, no matter which point it was, proved that the woman in the crowd was Tian Chan. However, hearing Lin Yi's exclamation, Tian Chan didn't show any unusual reaction. She just glanced at him indifferently, and her gaze directly passed by Lin Yi. It was as if she didn't recognize Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi was stunned. This person was obviously Tian Chan. There was no way she could be wrong about this. But he wasn't wearing the 1,000 silk mask, how could she not recognize him? When Lin Yi wanted to say something, Tian Chan had already left with the big shots from Middle Island. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Lin Yi again, not even once. He frowned as he watched Tian Chan leave with the others, as if she didn't know him at all. Lin Yi froze. It was impossible for him to be wrong, but Tian Chan's expression from beginning to end didn't show any abnormality. She was completely like a stranger, which was incomprehensible. What's going on? Lin Yi looked at Tian Chan's back and took a deep breath. After coming to Heavenly Island for so long, Tian Chan was the first secular practitioner he had seen other than Kang Mingming, Zhong Pingliang, and others. Moreover, she was a woman who had a close relationship with him. Young hero Lin, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Hong Zhong noticed Lin Yi's strangeness and took the initiative to ask. Chapter 4014. Shopkeeper Hong, are those people from Middle Island? Lin Yi asked. That's right, not only are they from Middle Island, but they also have a strong background. Hong Zhong paused. Master Lin, did you notice the 5 colors on their sleeves? That's the symbol of 5 Elements sect, which is the 5 Elements pharmacy of Middle Island. 5 Elements pharmacy? Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although it's called a pharmacy, it's the #1 super business group in the Merchant Alliance. It's under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Elixirs, and I'm sure you know the person in charge of the Hall of Elixirs, Miracle Dr. Zhongliju. Hong Zhong said with admiration. After hearing this, Lin Yi was even more stunned. If that was the case, Tian Chan was from the 5 Elements pharmacy. Didn't that mean that she was Zhongliju's disciple? She was teleported to Middle Island. From the common world, different people would be teleported to different places. This was a very normal speculation, but Lin Yi always thought that a girl like Tian Chan would be teleported to West Island, where female practitioners gathered. He didn't expect this result. But, even if Tian Chan was teleported to Middle Island and became a member of the 5 Elements pharmacy, it didn't make sense for them to be strangers, right? What did this mean? Shopkeeper Hong, do you have any way of finding out where these people live? Lin Yi thought about it and lowered his voice. Lin Yi didn't believe that Tian Chan didn't recognize him. How long had it been? It was completely unrealistic. He had to find a way to figure out the reason. Besides, the relationship between him and Hong Zhong was far from what it was before he came here. They were in the same boat, and he didn't need to be too cautious. He could just ask directly. As expected, although Hong Zhong was a little surprised, he didn't ask too many questions. He replied softly, I'm not sure about that, but according to the usual practice, the North Island has always arranged for important guests to stay in the core, the Hall of Heroes. These people are from the 5 Elements pharmacy, so they should be staying there. Gathering Hall of Heroes. All right, I'll remember it. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded. He was almost done here, so Lin Yi slipped out. He couldn't wait to find Tian Chan and ask about the situation. Watching Lin Yi leave, Hong Zhong smiled as expected and said to himself, "This young hero Lin seems to have some relationship with the Five Elements Pharmacy. He's really unfathomable." But, in less than 3 days, to be able to make hundreds of top-quality elixirs, even in the entire Five Elements Pharmacy, other than the elixir god Zhongliju, there's probably no one who can beat him. Hong Zhong shook his head and sighed. He did not think too much about it and turned around to deal with shopkeeper Hao, Wang Tong, and the others. This time, he was nearly forced into a corner by these people. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to slap their faces back. As for Lin Yi, everyone had their own secrets. An experienced person like Hong Zhong naturally knew that knowing too much might not be a good thing. The most important thing now was to get Lin Yi on his side and try to pull him to his side. Other than that, everything else was unnecessary. On the other hand, Lin Yi had already made a round in the North Island. After a few turns, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. However, he was stopped by someone. This is an important place for important guests. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The person in front of Lin Yi was a guard in black armor. It was the symbol of the North Island, the North Guard. "I have a friend who lives inside, and I just want to talk to him. Can you guys make an exception?" Lin Yi tried to ask. The North Guard responded expressionlessly, "Unless you have a pass, or someone comes out to pick you up, please go back. Don't ask for trouble." As they spoke, the North Guard showed an aggressive and fierce aura. It seemed that if something went wrong, they would kill Lin Yi on the spot the next moment. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. He was only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Each of the North Guard in front of him was stronger than him. If he really fought, he would be courting death. He could only nod and retreat. After that, Lin Yi walked around the Hall of Heroes again and found that there was a sentry every few steps. There was no floor at all. He had no choice but to give up the idea of waiting for an opportunity to sneak in. Looking at the Hall of Heroes from afar, Lin Yi could only shake his head and sigh. It seemed that if he wanted to meet Tian Chan again, he would have to wait until tomorrow's auction. The next morning, the northernmost island was bustling with noise. Lanterns and streamers were hung up and down. It was a festive scene. If it was just the usual North Island auction fair, which was held once every 6 months, it would not be so rare. However, this time, it was a rare Four Islands auction fair, which might not happen even once in decades. Following the crowd, Lin Yi and Hong Zhong came to the largest pavilion on the northernmost island. This was the ultimate venue of the auction. All the auction items would be competed here. The final winner would be revealed here. Seeing the appearance of Hong Zhong and Zhong Xian, an uproar broke out at the scene. The incident of the Hong Chamber of Commerce suddenly taking out more than 100 top-grade elixirs yesterday evening had already spread throughout the entire northernmost island. Everyone knew about it. The faces of manager Hao, Wang Tong, and the others who had arrived long ago darkened. They had put in so much effort to deal with the Hong Chamber of Commerce this time, but in the end, before the auction even started, their plot had already been foiled. It was neither early nor late. At the last moment of the 3-day exhibition, they suddenly took out more than 100 top-grade elixirs. Even if everyone thought with their toes, they could figure out that they had been fooled by Hong Zhong, the old man. Not only them, but even housekeeper Song, who sold the medicinal herbs to Hong Zhong, was shocked for a long time when he heard the news. Like everyone else, housekeeper Song did not believe that someone could refine so many top-grade elixirs in such a short time. The only reasonable explanation was that Hong Zhong had secretly hidden them long ago, and only took them out at the last moment to slap these people in the face. The previous purchase of medicinal herbs was just a cover-up. This despicable and shameless old man, Wang Tong and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred. It was not easy to find an opportunity to drag the giant Hong's Chamber of Commerce down, but they did not expect it to be like this. All the previous plans were simply a joke. They really felt that they were blind. Chapter 40:15. Of course, it was not hard to understand why the Five Elements Pharmacy did not go all out this time. However, the wealthy families and the Wantong Grand Festival were trying their best to crush the Hong Chamber of Commerce this time. This time, they had definitely made full preparations beforehand. However, even if they added all of them together, The number of top-grade elixirs was only a fraction of what the Hong Chamber of Commerce had. This really made people speechless. Shopkeeper Hong, it seems that not only will the Hong Chamber of Commerce not fail miserably this time, but it will also shine brightly. After making such a great contribution, I believe that after this, your position in the Hong Chamber of Commerce will be promoted. This is really worthy of celebration. Housekeeper Song congratulated Shopkeeper Hong in front of everyone. Not at all. The auction hasn't started yet. Housekeeper Song's words might be overpraising me. Hong Zhong smiled humbly. That being said, any normal person would know that top-grade elixirs were strategic resources that would never be auctioned off. Even if the auction had yet to start, just the fact that there were more than 100 top-grade elixirs that had already appeared was already destined for the Hong Chamber of Commerce to take the lead and become the biggest winner of this Four Islands Auction Expo. There was absolutely no possibility of an accident. In comparison, the other large chambers of commerce such as the wealthy guilds and the all-access gatherings were nothing. Even the number 15 Elements Pharmacy could only stand aside this time. They were not on the same level as the Hong Chamber of Commerce at all. Being humble is not a bad thing, but being overly humble is a little pretentious. Never mind, after this is over, I will hold a banquet to welcome you. Let us brothers catch up. Housekeeper Song laughed loudly and turned to walk up to the stage. This time, he would personally be the host of the Four Islands Auction Expo. This Housekeeper Song is really practical. Lin Yi could not help but smile. When Housekeeper Song saw Hong Zhong previously, he was far less enthusiastic. This is not strange at all. It's human nature. Young hero Lin, you still don't know that this guy made a deal with Wang Tong and the others to deal with the Hong Chamber of Commerce yesterday. Although he already knows that we took out 100 top-grade elixirs, this is really a scam. However, in comparison, he has a better relationship with the Hong Chamber of Commerce. It's understandable for businessmen to pursue profit. Hong Zhong was already used to it. He had been to the far North Island dozens of times. It was normal for him to bribe a few spies. What the North Garrison guards did yesterday did not escape his eyes. Then he really is a weirdo. Lin Yi suddenly laughed and was speechless. Just as the two of them were talking, there was another commotion in the venue, and the source of the commotion this time was because the group from Middle Island had entered the venue. Tian Chan. Lin Yi's eyes immediately focused on the yellow figure. Just like yesterday, she was still dressed in yellow. If it was said that there was a slight possibility of mistaken identity due to the dark sky yesterday, then this time, Lin Yi was 100% sure that this woman was Tian Chan. Facing Lin Yi's gaze, Tian Chan did not respond at all, just like last night. Although it could be attributed to the fact that there were too many people, Lin Yi believed that she must have seen him, but he did not know why. She was just deliberately ignoring him. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyebrows suddenly twitched slightly, because he saw a very conspicuous red-haired man among the group of people from Middle Island. His expression was frivolous, and he was about to reach out and put his arm around Tian Chan's waist. Lin Yi suddenly could not contain his anger. He had vaguely guessed the reason. He was afraid that this person was the reason why Tian Chan refused to acknowledge him. It had been half a year since he came to Heaven Level Island. It was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. In this completely unfamiliar and cruel world of cultivation, anything could happen. It was understandable that women in the secular world would be with other men in order to find a backer. Murong Zhan, a woman from a village on Heaven Level Island, was already like this, not to mention the people in the secular world. It was not difficult to understand how Kang Mingming fawned on her. However, it was possible for others, but for Tian Chan, in Lin Yi's opinion, it was absolutely impossible. The relationship between two people was built on the edge of life and death, so it should not deteriorate so easily. However, looking at the scene in front of him, even the usually calm Lin Yi could not suppress the monstrous anger bursting from the bottom of his heart. Young hero Lin, don't be impatient. Hong Zhong, who was next to him, immediately sensed Lin Yi's unusual behavior and quickly held him down with one hand. He did not know why Lin Yi was suddenly so agitated, but he knew that if Lin Yi lost control on the spot, even he would not be able to protect Lin Yi. With Hong Zhong's strength, it was more than enough to suppress Lin Yi. In addition, Lin Yi had been restraining himself, so the others did not notice anything unusual. I'm fine. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already calmed down because he had just seen Tian Chan avoid the red-haired man without a trace. This at least meant that Tian Chan did not want to be with the red-haired man. As long as Tian Chan did not want to be with him, then everything else was just fleeting clouds in Lin Yi's eyes. It could not disturb his state of mind at all. It's good that you're fine. Young hero Lin, no matter what you want to do, I will help you. However, you must see the situation clearly, act according to your capabilities, and wait for the right opportunity to act. Hong Zhong comforted him. When Lin Yi heard that, his heart warmed. Originally, the relationship between him and Hong Zhong was purely based on interests. Now, it had gradually developed into a friendship despite the difference in age. To be able to make a businessman like Hong Zhong say such words, it was clear that his help this time was not in vain. That red-haired man, do you know who he is, Manager Hong? Lin Yi changed the topic and asked. Hong Zhong took a closer look and replied, I have seen that person a few times when I was at the headquarters of Middle Island. His name is Zheng Tianjie, and he is from the Pill Hall. His grandfather seems to be the deputy hall master of the Pill Hall. His qualifications and connections are extremely deep, and his position in the Pill Hall is extremely high. Zheng Tianjie? In that case, he is also a proper third-generation cultivator. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. As the people from Middle Island took their seats, all the forces had arrived. With Steward Song's loud and clear introduction, this rare Four Islands Auction Expo finally began its final prelude. Generally speaking, at the beginning of any auction, the items that were put up for auction could only be regarded as appetizers. All the good items would definitely be left for the finale. However, this Four Islands Auction Expo was far superior to the previous North Island auctions in terms of standard and grade. Even if it was just the first item that was put up for auction, it was not a small matter. Chapter 4016. It was similar to a marine creature, but vaguely resembled a human. This was the legendary existence of the North Sea, just like mermaids. Looking at this scene, even Lin Yi was stunned. Don't forget, on the way to the extreme North Island, they were just attacked by this legendary sea beast. At that time, they were only attacked by the song of the siren, and didn't see the appearance of the sea beast. Now they could make up for it. Sea beasts can be auctioned in this kind of auction? Lin Yi felt a little incredulous. He had heard from the ghost that although the Spirit Beast clan couldn't completely stop human cultivators from hunting spirit beasts, at least in such a formal public place, no one would dare to openly attack spirit beasts. Sea beasts are sea beasts, and spirit beasts are spirit beasts. These are two different things. The Spirit Beast clan has never conquered the sea, and naturally, they won't protect any sea beasts. The ghost said disapprovingly in his mind. Lin Yi was speechless. At first glance, the sea beast cub looked like a human baby, and even its cry was the same. However, he didn't intend to intervene. After all, the spiritual jades at hand were limited, and he still needed to bid for the 6 casting materials listed by the King of Junk. He couldn't afford to lose. However, Lin Yi's lack of interest didn't mean that others had the same idea. The Sea Demon clan's heaven-defying racial talent was destined to become a powerful killing machine once they were tamed as spiritual pets. Therefore, there were actually many people who had thoughts about this young sea demon. Immediately, someone raised his paddle and called out a price. 3,100 spiritual jades. 3,200 spiritual jades. For a time, the bidding sounds came one after another. The base price of 3,000 spiritual jades was not a small number for most people, but there were still so many people scrambling for it. The value of the sea beast cub was obvious. However, the next voice made everyone shut up. 6,000 spiritual jades. I heard that if the sea beast cub is killed and stewed, it has a miraculous effect on nourishing and beautifying. It's just right for you, junior sister Tian Chan. I'll accept it on your behalf. The person who spoke was the red-haired man from the Middle Island, Zheng Tianjie. Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but show reluctance, but there was nothing they could do. From more than 3,000 spiritual jades to 6,000 spiritual jades, the price had almost doubled. None of the people who were qualified to attend this auction were from poor families. However, spirit jades did not fall from the sky for no reason. Everyone had their own plans. It was clearly not worth it to ruin their plans for a mere baby siren. 6,000 spiritual jades. Zheng Tianjie took the sea beast cub without hesitation. However, Tian Chan, whom he was trying to please, didn't say a word. Throughout the auction, Tian Chan, there was not even a slight change in her expression. Zheng Tianjie seemed to be used to this, and didn't find it boring. Tian Chan had always been a cold beauty in front of him, but it didn't matter. He was rich, and today was a rare occasion for him to be in the limelight. He always had a way to win the beauty's smile. For the next few auctions, this Four Islands auction actually became a one-man show for Zheng Tianjie. Every time, others would increase the price by 100 or 200, but when it came to Zheng Tianjie, he would directly double it. He didn't even blink. His grandfather was the deputy hall master of the Pill Hall. Things like spiritual jades were abundant in his family, and he couldn't afford to lose them. Unless those super chambers of commerce came forward to compete with him, no one else was his opponent. They were not on the same level. This Shan Pao. Lin Yi was speechless. If this guy wasn't by Tian Chan's side, he wouldn't even bother to look at him, but now he had to pay attention to him. However, immediately after that, Lin Yi found himself in trouble. This Shan Pao, who didn't lack spiritual jades, was simply super annoying at times. A set of 10 pieces of casting equipment, each of which is recognized by the blacksmiths as the best casting material. The rate of suitability can reach more than 80%, and the starting price is 10,000 spiritual jades. After Housekeeper Song finished his introduction, the audience immediately went into a small uproar. This was the first auction item with a starting price of 5 digits spiritual jades. Listening to this introduction, Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. As early as the first day he came to the extreme North Island, he had already searched everywhere and found 4 of the 6 kinds of casting materials that he needed. Yesterday, he also found the remaining 2. In order to bid for all these materials, he thought that today would be a long battle, but he didn't expect such a sudden change. Many casting materials were combined into a set and auctioned together, and the 6 kinds of casting materials were all in it. Such a change really caught Lin Yi off guard. He completely didn't consider this aspect of the bidding beforehand, and more importantly, this was Zheng Tianjie's special auction. Lin Yi currently had 15,000 spiritual jades on hand. If it was only the 6 materials that were auctioned separately, it would be more than enough. However, if it was a set of 10 pieces, it would be somewhat insufficient. Without further ado, Lin Yi could only bite the bullet and make a preemptive bid, 15,000 spiritual jades. The audience was in an uproar, and the focus of the crowd instantly focused on Lin Yi. They had always thought that Lin Yi was only a small worker in the Hong Merchant Association, but now it was obvious that he wasn't. After all, in such an important occasion, which merchant association would treat it as child's play to let a small worker bid? The crowd was still in an uproar, but there were 3 people in the crowd who were dumbfounded when their gazes landed on Lin Yi. These 3 people were none other than Nan Tianba, Southern Skygate, and Yu Zhe, whom Lin Yi had been wary of. With Nan Tianba's background and status, he naturally had a way to enter the Northern Island auction. However, they were purely here to bid, so they didn't arrive early like Lin Yi and Hong Zhong. They had only arrived at the Northern Island last night, so they didn't know anything about the commotion that had just occurred. Any normal person wouldn't believe that a mere grassroots newcomer like Lin Yi could actually come to such a high-class place. If he hadn't bid, perhaps Nan Tianba and the other 2 wouldn't have noticed his existence until the end of the auction. Why is this brat here? It seems like even if I don't get anything good from this trip, it won't be a wasted trip. Nan Tianba bared his teeth, while Southern Skygate and Yu Zhe both smiled sinisterly. Chapter 40:17. 15,000 spirit jades. As soon as he opens his mouth, this kid is quite arrogant. It seems like he still has a lot of spirit jades on him. Yu Zhe's eyes lit up. Don't be impatient. Once the auction is over, we'll find a chance to make our move. This time, we can't let him escape. If there's a mistake, we won't let it go. The Southern Skygate sneered. Even if they couldn't find the star ink stone on Lin Yi, It wouldn't be bad if they could get a large amount of spirit jades. Lin Yi's focus was on Tian Chan the whole time, so he didn't notice Nan Tianba and the other two. After he finished speaking, no one else followed up. Suddenly increasing the price by 5,000 spirit jades, even those who were originally interested had to think it over carefully. However, before Lin Yi could relax, Zheng Tianjie had already stood up, 20,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi's heart sank. Then, he saw Zheng Tianjie glancing at him disdainfully. "TCH, I don't know where this beggar came from, but he dares to pretend to be rich in front of me. You really are a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. The spirit jades that I casually throw away can easily crush you to death." Lin Yi coldly looked at the other party, but there was nothing he could do. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. He only had 15,000 spirit jades on him. It was impossible for him to win against this mountain cannon. However, if he let this 10-piece forging set pass him by, then his trip to the extreme North Island would be a complete waste. In the future, if he wanted to gather the 6 materials, who knew how much effort he would have to put in? At this moment, Hong Zhong, who was at the side, nodded to Lin Yi. "Young hero Lin, just name your price. No matter how many spirit jades it is, our Hong merchant group will pay for it." This sentence was undoubtedly a timely help. Lin Yi didn't argue with Hong Zhong. After all, he had spared no effort to refine over 100 top-quality pills for him, so he could definitely accept this favor. 30,000 spirit jades. Lin Yi called out the price on the spot. He knew that if he wanted to compete with an idiot like Zheng Tianjie in a situation like this, he'd have to overwhelm his opponent with his aura. If it was just a small fight, not only would the opponent not back off, he'd only get more aggressive. From 20,000 to 30,000, this amount was enough to make everyone's eyelids twitch. They all cursed in their hearts. Damn it, another prodigal mountain cannon. This time, even Zheng Tianjie was stunned. As the first grandson of the deputy hall master of the Pill Hall, his identity was definitely that of a young master even in Middle Island. He was so rich and powerful that almost no one could defeat him. In this 4 islands auction, apart from them, there were no other important figures from the Middle Island. As for the forces from the other 4 islands, they were nothing in his eyes. He did not take them seriously at all. He as possible, he, spirit as he, as, spirit king on. 30,000 spirit jades. You talk big, but it's a pity that I won't let go of anything I fancy. In this set of 10 pieces, there is coincidentally a material that can be used not only for casting, but also for refining pills. I'm going to personally refine a grade 4 muscle beautifying pill for junior sister Tian Chan, so that my junior sister's skin will always be smooth, firm, and glossy. Zheng Tianjie paused, then chuckled and said, "So, 50,000 spirit jade." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar again. Just for one material in the set of 10 pieces, he actually called out a price of 50,000 spirit jades. Moreover, this material was only used to refine the muscle beautifying pill that was useless for cultivation, just to please a woman. This Zheng Tianjie from the Pill Hall was really a spendthrift. Looking at this person's arrogant behavior, Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless. At this crucial moment, he actually met this kind of idiot who didn't lack spirit jades. His luck was really bad. However, Lin Yi was determined to get these rare materials. Even if he had to spend a lot of spirit jades, he wouldn't hesitate. He immediately said, 60,000 spirit jades. Unexpectedly, Zheng Tianjie didn't even bat an eyelid and immediately said, 80,000 spirit jade. 100,000 spirit jade. Lin Yi also didn't hesitate and said again, "Damn, you're ruthless." Zheng Tianjie instantly choked. Now that things had developed to this point, almost everyone present had been scared silly by the two of them. Although the materials used to forge the weapons were indeed rare, it was far from shocking. Now, it had been easily raised to the sky-high price of 100,000 spirit jades. It was simply unbelievable. Such a sky-high price was definitely not a small amount to any party. Even if Zheng Tianjie's family didn't lack spirit jades, he had to carefully consider whether it was worth it or not. After all, he was only bidding for these things to please a woman. Saying that he didn't do proper work was already very flattering for him. If he continued to fight with Lin Yi and his grandfather found out about this, he might be grounded for a month. That wouldn't be fun. Although Zheng Tianjie was an idiot, he wasn't a complete fool. At times like this, he still knew what was important. Immediately, he began to think of retreating. There was no need to get angry with a stranger he didn't know. Seeing the change in Zheng Tianjie's expression, Lin Yi was immediately happy. As long as this idiot backed down, no one else would compete with him for a mere 10 pieces of equipment. 100,000 spirit jades was a price that far exceeded its original value. No one would be stupid enough to continue bidding. As expected, Zheng Tianjie didn't speak. The rest of the people present all had a cold expression on their faces. They had no intention of participating in the competition. Seeing this, housekeeper Song no longer hesitated and was about to make the final decision. 10 pieces of equipment could be sold for a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit jades. This time, the Four Islands auction really had a lot of fools. They would definitely make a killing. However, just as Lin Yi was about to heave a sigh of relief, Zheng Tianjie, who had clearly thought of retreating, suddenly called out a price again. With a ferocious and arrogant face, he said, "Wait, 200,000 spirit jade." With just one sentence, the entire crowd erupted. 200,000 spirit jades? Damn it, what was wrong with this world? Did this Shan Pao take the wrong medicine? Lin Yi was also inexplicably shocked. He looked deeply at the arrogant Zheng Tianjie and couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't until Lin Yi noticed the strange look in Tian Chan's eyes that he realized what was going on. Chapter 4018. From her point of view, Lin Yi's unusual behavior of bidding against Zheng Tianjie was clearly to show his existence in front of her, to express his dissatisfaction with her previous indifference. "Temph, I must thoroughly investigate this bumpkin's background when I return." He actually dared to rely on throwing spiritual jades to attract junior sister Tian Chan's attention in front of this young master. "A toad wanting to eat swan meat, do you think you're worthy?" Zheng Tianjie scolded Lin Yi from afar while enjoying everyone's shocked gazes. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind was because of Tian Chan. He threw so many spiritual jades just to please Tian Chan, but now Tian Chan was actually paying attention to another man. How could he tolerate this? No matter how many spiritual jades he threw, he must trample on Lin Yi today. He must let this bumpkin who came out of nowhere know what a big shot of Middle Island was like. This strange turn of events really made Lin Yi stunned for a long time, but things did not end there. Lin Yi quickly calmed down and continued, "Since you are in such a good mood, I will accompany you to the end. 300,000 spiritual jades. Humph, you want to compete with me? You do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will smash you to death with spiritual jades. 500,000 spiritual jade." Zheng Tianjie said arrogantly. In order to show his face in front of Tian Chan, he was hysterical and did not care about the price. 500,000 spiritual jades? Lin Yi raised his eyelids, and just when everyone thought that the madman was going to keep fighting with the idiot Zheng Tianjie, he suddenly changed the topic. "I actually just wanted to see how much money you have, that's all. I wasn't planning on buying this set in the first place, but since you're so sincere about it, I won't take it away from you. You can have the 500,000 spirit jades." With that, Lin Yi sat down leisurely, as if this matter really had nothing to do with him. He made such a big bet just to see the other party's capital. This invincible logic really shocked everyone present. As for Zheng Tianjie, he was stunned for a long time and couldn't react. After a long while, Zheng Tianjie slowly came back to his senses under the strange gazes of the surrounding people. No matter how brainless he was, he now knew that he had been completely fooled this time. "Fuck you, you cunning country bumpkin. I'm going to tear you to pieces today." Zheng Tianjie was about to lose his temper on the spot. Even when he was in the Middle Island, he was used to being domineering. Now that he came to the edge of the northernmost island, he naturally had no scruples. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was actually teased and provoked by a nobody like Lin Yi. It was unbearable. However, before Zheng Tianjie could lose his temper, Steward Song's eyes had already turned cold. Countless fully armed northern garrison soldiers were ready to attack. Even if Zheng Tianjie's identity was special, this was the northernmost island after all. There was only one owner, and that was Steward Song, who was acting as the island owner. If Zheng Tianjie was allowed to make trouble here, it would be no different than slapping his face in public. Regardless of status or strength, the northernmost island was an extremely special force among the Heavenstage Islands. It was a special existence that transcended the 5 major islands. Although they were polite to the people from the Middle Island, they would never compromise. If Zheng Tianjie wanted to make trouble here, he was simply courting death. In the blink of an eye, the situation became tense. Everyone held their breaths as a conflict was about to unfold. Fortunately, the rest of the people from the Middle Island beside Zheng Tianjie got up in time to suppress him. They were not as arrogant and fearless as Zheng Tianjie. They knew that if they let things go on like this, they would only get themselves into trouble. "What are you doing? Let me go. Are you trying to rebel?" Zheng Tianjie did not give up. However, the people around him were no weaker than him. They worked together to suppress him. No matter how strong Zheng Tianjie was, he could not move for a while. Although this idiot's brain was not very good, his strength was shockingly strong. Lin Yi looked at this scene from afar. Even if he did not directly feel the aura emitted from Zheng Tianjie, he could indirectly feel the strength of the other party. He was not on the same level as Zheng Tianjie at all. "Young hero Lin, there is actually no need for you to give in. Although 500,000 spiritual jades is a little too much, our Hong merchant group can still afford it." Hong Zhong, who was at the side, said. With the huge help that Lin Yi had given to the Hong merchant group this time, no matter how much spiritual jades he had, the Hong merchant group would definitely pay for him without hesitation. After all, during this period of time, although the Hong merchant group had been tricked by Wang Tong and the others and was extremely short of high-end resources, correspondingly, the flow of spiritual jades in their hands was extremely abundant. 500,000 spiritual jades was not a problem at all. There is no need for that. In my opinion, the value of this 10-piece set is not more than 30,000. Isn't it crazy to raise it to 500,000 just to spite a fool? Lin Yi shook his head and said. He did not know how much the top-grade elixirs he refined for Hong Zhong would be sold at in the end, but it was already very kind that Hong Zhong had supported him to this point. There was no reason to waste spiritual jades at all. However, looking at Zheng Tianjie's ferocious expression from afar, which seemed to want to swallow him alive, Lin Yi also secretly cursed in his heart. "Not only do you want to touch my woman, but you also want to steal my casting materials. Damn it, just wait and see." Lin Yi was also a ruthless person in the secular world. Even in the current North Island, he was a master who would kill whoever he disliked. This time, he was really a little annoyed. Hearing Lin Yi say so, Hong Zhong did not say anything more. He immediately nodded and said, "Well, anyway, the casting materials you want should not be limited to this shop. I will think of a way later, and there should be a chance to help you gather them." However, Lin Yi replied with a non-committal hum. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Now his mind was completely focused on Zheng Tianjie. Whether it was for Tian Chan or for the casting materials, he must end things with Zheng Tianjie. The main goal of this time was to lose the auction item, so the next auction had little to do with Lin Yi. Although with the spiritual jades in his hand and the support of Hong Zhong, his capital was not less than Zheng Tianjie's, and he was competitive enough for any rare auction item. It was a pity that Lin Yi's mind was not on this anymore. In fact, not only Lin Yi, but also Zheng Tianjie had lost interest in the auction after experiencing the twists and turns just now. Now he only wanted to do one thing, which was to go back and ask someone to find out the details of Lin Yi as soon as possible, and then find a chance to kill this ignorant bumpkin. Chapter 4019. In the end, after a whole day of intense auctions, the Four Islands auction finally came to an end at sunset. All the items provided by the Chambers of Commerce had been auctioned off. However, this didn't mean that the auction was over. On the contrary, this was only the first part of the auction. From the second day onwards, it would be an individual auction. Every participant who came to the North Island could take out their good stuff for auction. All kinds of rare treasures that had never been heard of or seen before would surface at that time. However, in today's auction alone, The more than 100 top-grade elixirs that Lin Yi had personally refined were unsurprisingly the most important and eye-catching items at the end of the auction. Even if the grade of the elixirs was not high, it was still a strategic elixir that only the core disciples of the super forces had the right to enjoy. Ordinary people couldn't even see it. Including the 10 elixirs from the Middle Island Alchemy Hall and the other major chambers of commerce, the number of top-grade elixirs in this Four Islands auction had reached an unprecedented 130 elixirs, and 80% of them came from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. 3 elixirs in a group, 5 elixirs in a group, and even 10 elixirs in a group. Every group of elixirs inevitably became a bomb that detonated the auction, constantly breaking the record of the transaction price. These astronomical figures, which made people unconsciously dry up just by listening to them, clearly illustrated to everyone the same concept: what was called there is a price but no supply. In the end, the Hong Chamber of Commerce had a great harvest. Relying on Lin Yi's more than 100 top-grade elixirs, the final transaction price actually reached more than 1 million spiritual jades, which was simply astounding. On average, this price was more than 10,000 spiritual jades for each elixir, which was simply an unimaginable miracle in normal times. When Lin Yi sold the top-grade foundation establishment barrier-breaking elixirs to the Hong Chamber of Commerce, the discount was only 800 spiritual jades. Here, it had actually increased by more than 10 times. It had to be said that on occasions like auctions, there were indeed a lot of idiots who had too many spiritual jades. No wonder so many super chambers of commerce regarded this auction as a must-win, racking their brains and being ambitious. No matter what, after this battle, the Hong Merchant Guild could finally hold their heads high. In the beginning, they had been targeted by everyone in every possible way, but today, they had reaped a great harvest. In this battle to turn the situation around, the Hong Merchant Guild could be said to have fought beautifully. The significance of this battle was far more than just earning 1 million spiritual jades. If it weren't for these 100 or so top-grade elixirs, the Four Islands auction this time, under the joint attack of many super chambers of commerce like the Grand Chamber of Commerce and the All-Access Grand Chamber of Commerce, was very likely to become the Hong Chamber of Commerce's Waterloo. After that, they would be taken advantage of by others and disintegrated. This was not impossible, but extremely likely. But now, not only did the Hong Chamber of Commerce successfully resolve the crisis, but they also successfully gained a foothold. They even had the capital to wait for an opportunity to launch a counterattack. They even had the opportunity to attack. Then, they would be able to take the opportunity to attack. If they handled it well, not only would they not suffer, but also, they could take the opportunity to attack. All of this could be said to be due to Lin Yi's contributions. It was not an exaggeration to say that to the Hong Merchant Group, Lin Yi was a great benefactor who turned the tide. Young hero Lin, this old man will never forget the great kindness you have shown me this time. Even an experienced and prudent person like Hong Zhong couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the accounts. He bowed to Lin Yi repeatedly. This time, Lin Yi not only saved the Hong Chamber of Commerce, but more importantly, he also saved Hong Zhong. Otherwise, without Lin Yi's help, Hong Zhong would have become the scapegoat that the higher-ups pushed out to take the blame. You're being too serious, Manager Hong. We've been working together for so long, helping you is helping myself. Don't talk about gratitude, you're treating me like an outsider. Lin Yi hurriedly helped him up. However, Hong Zhong waved his hand and shook his head. Cooperation is cooperation, and kindness is kindness. I am still clear about this. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I will remember it. Seeing that Hong Zhong insisted, Lin Yi could only let him be. He nodded and said, "Fine. I still need to rely on Manager Hong in the future. Let's have a long way to go." Hong Zhong chuckled and stroked his beard. Well said, well said. If young hero Lin has any requests, this old man will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. However, this time, young hero Lin has not only done this old man a personal favor, but also a great favor to the entire Hong Chamber of Commerce. This old man must get the higher-ups to express their gratitude. I don't think that's necessary. Lin Yi was a little worried. If Hong Zhong really said that to the higher-ups of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, wouldn't it mean that Hong Zhong wanted to repay his kindness? That would be a little inappropriate. Hong Zhong was old and shrewd. He could see through Lin Yi's concerns. He immediately smiled and said, "Young hero Lin, don't worry. We talk about kindness in private, but businessmen always pursue profit. There has always been only business cooperation. There is no such thing as kindness. So this time, you have to treat it as a business transaction. You helped the Hong Chamber of Commerce resolve such a big crisis. It's reasonable for you to ask for something in return. No one can blame you. Time will be wasted. So you have to think carefully about what you want in return." This logic was not difficult to understand. Lin Yi and Hong Zhong could talk about kindness, but the Hong Chamber of Commerce might not care about this. Lin Yi still had to get some substantial benefits as soon as possible. However, Lin Yi could not think of any benefits at the moment. He immediately asked, "What kind of return? Manager Hong, why don't you give me an idea?" In this old man's opinion, there are only two ways. One is to directly ask for spiritual jades. With young hero Lin's contribution this time, not only will all the auction proceeds belong to young hero Lin, but you can also ask for a reward of hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades. This is a real benefit, simple and practical. Young hero Lin, are you interested? Hong Zhong probed. What about the second one? Lin Yi asked. A reward of hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades was indeed tempting. But for Lin Yi, as long as he had the divine armament cauldron to refine pills, he could earn more spiritual jades in the future. In this way, it was not so attractive. As for the second one, it sounds a little fake. That is to take the opportunity to get a position in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. But young hero Lin, you are an outsider. No matter how great your contribution is, it is impossible to give you a position with real power. At most, it will be a nominal title. For example, this time you can try to fight for the title of Honorary Vice President. Hong Zhong smiled mysteriously. Honorary Vice President? Isn't this a little exaggerated? Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. Chapter 40-20. So, if shopkeeper Hong were to choose, which one would you choose? Lin Yi asked. Hong Zhong smiled. If I were to choose, I would definitely choose the second one. As long as you have enough power and status, you can have as many spiritual jades as you want. However, although this honorary vice president title is just a title, it at least represents status and privileges. Under normal circumstances, no amount of spiritual jades can buy it. When young hero Lin arrives at Middle Island, this title will make it much more convenient for you to do things. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Hong. Lin Yi immediately made up his mind. No matter what, he had to go to Middle Island in the future. Since Hong Zhong had already said so, there was no need to hesitate. Young hero Lin is indeed decisive. Once you fill in this appointment letter, you will be the honorary vice president of our Hong Chamber of Commerce. Hong Zhong smiled as he took out an appointment letter and handed it to Lin Yi. Obviously, he had already communicated with the headquarters. Then from now on, we will be colleagues. However, since I am the honorary vice president, then shopkeeper Hong. Lin Yi was slightly stunned and then smiled. If he had chosen spiritual jades, Hong Zhong would not have taken out this appointment letter. However, Hong Zhong knew him well and knew that he would definitely choose the position of vice president. This incident happened so suddenly. It's certain that someone is behind it, but within the Hong Chamber of Commerce, there must be someone who doesn't sit properly. Hong Zhong smiled meaningfully. Settling accounts after autumn is the right time. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since this old man has moved from his seat. Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Then I will wait for shopkeeper Hong's promotion. Just as Lin Yi was talking to Hong Zhong, the entire Heroes Gathering Hall was in chaos. There was no other reason. Zheng Tianjie was sending people everywhere, trying to find ways to investigate Lin Yi's background. Tian Chan knew that she couldn't continue watching the situation develop in the direction that she didn't want to see the most. Otherwise, the situation would change. Things might really get out of hand. Thinking of this, Tian Chan immediately found a powerful female cultivator. Her name was Lian Xin, and she was the master that Tian Chan had acknowledged in the Alchemy Hall after being teleported to Heaven Stage Island. Chan come find master in the middle of the night. What's the matter? Lian Xin looked at Tian Chan with a gentle gaze. She was very fond of this new disciple that she had accepted not long ago and had always treated her as her own. Tian Chan bowed respectfully and took out a pill from her bosom. She had specially bid for it during the auction during the day. Master, regardless of the quality of these elixirs, they are considered the best even among the best. I'm just a little puzzled. The Hong Chamber of Commerce has never been known for elixirs, so how did they get their hands on such high-quality elixirs, and more than 100 of them at once? Tian Chan pretended to be puzzled. This question. Lian Xin and the others had been thinking about it for a long time. That's right. Even the Five Elements Pharmacy, which has always been famous for its elixirs, only took out 10 of them this time. The Hong Chamber of Commerce actually took out more than 100 of them at once. It's really unbelievable. If this continues, the Five Elements Pharmacy might be squeezed out by them. Tian Chan immediately agreed. That's right. The Five Elements Pharmacy is an important source of income for the Alchemy Hall. We can't let anything happen to it. So I feel that I should find a chance to investigate this clearly. Chan, I'm very pleased that you have such intentions. Lian Xin smiled gently. Then, she said, oh right, do you know that young man from the Hong Chamber of Commerce? I seem to have heard him call your name yesterday. Yes, I've seen him a few times in the secular world, but I'm not familiar with him. Tian Chan replied. Since that's the case, Chan, you can think of a way to ask him about the origins of these elixirs. Maybe you'll be able to find some clues. Lian Xin suggested. Sure enough, Lian Xin's words were exactly what Tian Chan wanted. She bid for this elixir precisely because of this intention. She wanted to be able to see Lin Yi properly. Yes, disciple understands. Tian Chan immediately left Lian Xin's room and turned to leave the Hall of Heroes. She had to pass on the news here to Lin Yi as soon as possible so that he could prepare early. Tian Chan's sudden visit really gave Lin Yi a pleasant surprise. From the first time he saw Tian Chan yesterday until now, Tian Chan's abnormal reaction had already become a big knot in Lin Yi's heart. During the day, there were many people around, especially when Zheng Tianjie was beside Tian Chan. Even if Lin Yi wanted to talk to Tian Chan, he didn't have the chance at all. After the auction ended, Tian Chan immediately returned to the Hall of Heroes with the others. Lin Yi was even more helpless. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to visit him now. Tian Chan, are you all right? Lin Yi took a deep breath. He originally had a lot of things to say, but they turned into a simple greeting. Hong Zhong, who was originally with him, smiled playfully when he saw this. He tactfully left the room and gave the two of them some space to be alone. After Hong Zhong left, Tian Chan's originally cold expression gradually became complicated. Finally, there was a bit of the familiar warmth from the secular world. Thinking back to the little things that happened between the two of them in the secular world, it was so beautiful compared to now. She originally thought that after coming to Heaven Stage Island, it would be a wonderful journey that she yearned for, but she didn't expect the reality to be so cruel. It was unbearable to look back, and even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, Tian Chan's mood immediately fell to the bottom. After a long time, Tian Chan's face darkened, and she lowered her head. Lin Yi, I'm sorry, what's wrong? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and then he had a bad premonition. He quickly asked. Tian Chan lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time, with a sad expression on her face that was about to cry. Lin Yi quickly squeezed out a smile on his face, and pretended to be enlightened. Oh, you're talking about the matter of deliberately not acknowledging me before, right? It's okay, after all, there are many people, and it's not a bad thing to be careful. I can understand, and you've already come to find me, right? I'm not that stingy. You're stingy. Tian Chan couldn't help but laugh, but then she tightened her face again, and said with a serious face, Lin Yi, I'm not joking with you anymore. I came to find you today to tell you one thing. From today onwards, don't come to find me again, and if you meet me in the future, you have to pretend that you're not familiar with me. Chapter 40:21. There's no why. If you want me to be well, then do as I say. Tian Chan forcefully held back the tears in her eyes. She tried her best to not appear so weak and aggrieved in front of Lin Yi. She constantly told herself to be strong, or at least pretend to be strong. Lin Yi took a deep breath, looked at Tian Chan, and said word by word, Tian Chan, actually, we came all the way from the secular world. You should know what kind of person I am. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will never give up, unless you don't like me anymore. Hearing this, Tian Chan's heart suddenly trembled. With her unforgettable feelings for Lin Yi, how could she be willing to say such cruel words? It was every girl's most romantic dream to be together with the person they loved forever. Tian Chan was naturally no exception. However, reality did not allow it. If she did not let Lin Yi let go now, it would not only be her who would be hurt, but Lin Yi would also inevitably suffer a disaster. Instead of watching Lin Yi die in front of her, it was better to forget about each other. Lin Yi had so many confidants. Surely, he would soon be able to heal the pain, right? Yes. I don't like you anymore. Tian Chan turned her head and did not look at Lin Yi. Heaven Stage Island was not like the secular world. Anyone from here was more powerful than them. Tian Chan naturally did not want Lin Yi to make an unnecessary sacrifice. Seeing Tian Chan's behavior, Lin Yi frowned slightly, and then suddenly thought of something. Is it because of that Zheng Tianjie? Faced with Lin Yi's interrogation, Tian Chan was suddenly shocked, but she pretended to be calm and said, Why do you have so many questions? If you ask again, I will kick you. After half a year. Hearing Tian Chan's familiar mantra again, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He suddenly opened his arms and pulled Tian Chan into his embrace, hugging her tightly. You. Tian Chan let out a soft cry, and when she regained her senses, her nose was already filled with Lin Yi's scent, a familiar scent that she could never forget. Tian Chan struggled symbolically, but she couldn't break free from Lin Yi's embrace. She immediately gave up trying. If it weren't for the cruel reality, she wouldn't have thought of breaking free from such a warm and comforting embrace. In the small room, under the candlelight, the couple hugged each other tightly, quietly feeling each other's heartbeat, unwilling to let go for a long time. After a long time, Lin Yi stroked Tian Chan's hair. He asked, Now can you tell me why? I beg you, don't ask. This matter doesn't benefit you at all. Just pretend that you didn't see me, okay? If I knew you would be here, I wouldn't have come to this auction. Tian Chan's delicate body trembled slightly in Lin Yi's embrace. Her voice was filled with a pitiful sob. Lin Yi still hugged her tightly in his arms. He reached out and patted her back lightly. He said slowly, Don't be afraid. There's always a way out. Trust me. As long as you tell me properly, there's always a way to solve everything. Tell me. Is it because of that Zheng Tianjie? What did he do to you? At this point, Tian Chan couldn't hide it anymore. She could only admit, that's right. He's the direct grandson of our Pill Hall's deputy hall master. His grandfather said in front of everyone that he wants me to be engaged to him. Want you to be engaged to him? Ah, I think he's tired of living. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Instantly, a murderous aura was revealed. Tian Chan covered Lin Yi's mouth and shook her head. Don't worry. No matter what, I won't let him get away with it. However, he is an extremely jealous person. Anyone who has even the slightest bit of relationship with me, even if it's just a few words from my little junior brother, will inevitably explode during alchemy within a few days. Although there is no evidence, everyone knows that it's definitely his doing. It's just that under the tyranny of his grandfather, who is the vice hall master, no one dares to say anything. The Pill Hall's deputy hall master, what's his strength level? Lin Yi sighed and asked. At least above the golden core stage. Because Zheng Tianjie himself is already a golden core stage master. Tian Chan said with lingering fear, strength is only secondary. What's important is his grandfather's position. Because Hall Master Zhong is not around all year round, he is almost a person of authority in the alchemy hall. Only a few registered disciples of Master Zhong can ignore him and mind their own business. Other than that, in the entire alchemy hall, he can be considered the most arrogant existence. Zhong Liju's disciple? Then since he received Zhong Liju's inheritance in the common world, did that mean he was also Zhong Liju's disciple? Lin Yi mumbled but didn't say much to Tian Chan. He just nodded, all right, I understand. Looking at Lin Yi's calm face, Tian Chan felt that something was wrong. She smiled bitterly. Even if we don't talk about his grandfather, Zheng Tianjie alone is already super hard to deal with. Golden Core Stage Masters aren't people we can fight at all. Lin Yi, don't do anything stupid. It's better if we pretend that we don't know each other. If we get too close, it might bring disaster to you. Lin Yi smiled non-committally. What's going to come will come eventually. I can't pretend that I don't know you just because of some bullshit like this. Tian Chan was a little touched, but panicked at the same time. She kicked Lin Yi lightly. It's true, I'm not joking with you. You've already caught his attention when you competed with him at the auction today. He's already looking for people to investigate you, so you have to be careful these few days. Don't give him any chances to take advantage of you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi nodded on the surface, but his heart was already filled with killing intent. The current situation was such that even if he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble for Zheng Tianjie would definitely cause trouble for him. Moreover, because of what happened to Tian Chan, they were already irreconcilable enemies. Plus, if he were to think further, he'd go to Zhengdao to ask for Zhongliju's help. Leaving a bastard like Zheng Tianjie behind would only bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He might as well use this chance to kill him, and that'd be the end of it. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Tian Chan thought that he heard what she said just now. She let out a sigh of relief. She didn't care what happened to her, but if she killed Lin Yi because of her, she would really regret it for the rest of her life. Chapter 40-22. Staying in the small room, Tian Chan buried herself in Lin Yi's arms for a long time before she reluctantly left Lin Yi's embrace. If the conditions allowed, she even hoped that she could hide in this warm embrace for the rest of her life. However, she came here in the name of finding Lin Yi to find out about the origin of the elixir. If she stayed for too long, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Especially if Zheng Tianjie found out that she was meeting Lin Yi at night, Lin Yi would not be far from death. In the end, Lin Yi watched Tian Chan leave reluctantly in the night. He did not have any worries about his children. On the contrary, his heart was filled with murderous intent. He'd made up his mind to get rid of that idiot Zheng Tianjie from the very beginning. After all, Zheng Tianjie had already sent people to investigate him, and if he really did manage to find out more about him, it'd be too easy for him to give himself away when the time came. Putting on the 1,000 silk mask, Lin Yi immediately got up and went to the Hall of Heroes. However, the first problem he encountered was how to sneak into the Hall of Heroes without alerting the guards. Originally, according to the Northern Guard's explanation, if he came with Tian Chan, Lin Yi could actually go in directly. However, this operation was of great importance. Any carelessness could lead to disaster. Lin Yi did not want Tian Chan to be involved in any way, so he had to figure out a way himself. His early career as an assassin had taught Lin Yi one thing. There was never an impenetrable wall in the world. No matter how tight the guards were, as long as he waited patiently, he would always find an opportunity. As expected, Lin Yi waited in the dark for a full 4 hours, taking advantage of the fact that the North Guard was changing shifts, and finally grasped the opportunity. He exerted his full speed and successfully climbed over the wall before the new round of guards arrived. After entering the Hall of Heroes, the next problem was how to find Zheng Tianjie. Of course, there was an even bigger and more crucial problem, and that was how to kill Zheng Tianjie. Don't forget, Tian Chan had already said that although Zheng Tianjie was an alchemist, he was an out-and-out gold core stage expert, a powerful existence that was completely above all the Foundation establishment stage experts. The powerful aura that he had inadvertently revealed during the auction during the day was already very clear. On the other hand, Lin Yi himself was only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. At most, he would be considered invincible among the newcomers in the Welcome Pavilion. In this northernmost island, in front of Zheng Tianjie, who was at the Golden Core stage, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. If they really fought, Zheng Tianjie wouldn't even need to show his face and could easily crush Lin Yi into pieces. Although in my eyes, a master of the Gold Core stage is nothing, but for the current you, it's not a big deal. Even if he was an idiot or a fake Gold Core stage cultivator, he was still a big deal. Kid, before you make a move, you have to think clearly. Even the ghost was surprised by Lin Yi's plan. The situation forced me, and I was forced to do it. But with Senior's vision, if I release the new move that I recently researched, is it possible to kill a master of the gold core stage? Lin Yi responded in his mind. You've really stumped me. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator instantly killing a golden core cultivator. Even with my many years of experience, I have never heard of it. After all, that's something that shouldn't normally happen. The ghostly thing paused for a moment before continuing. However, that move of yours was quite original. A true chi bomb can kill a master of the peak late stage of the foundation establishment stage. This move seems to be even better, and there should be some chance of success. Hearing the ghost's words, Lin Yi suddenly laughed. Not to mention some chance, even if there is only one chance, I have to try this time. If I can't kill Zheng Tianjie with such a rare opportunity, there will be no more chances when he goes back to the Middle Island. Even if it was just for Tian Chan, Lin Yi had to find a way to kill Zheng Tianjie today. Otherwise, if Zheng Tianjie went back and forced Tian Chan to get engaged, he would not be able to help at all in the far North Island. How could he be worthy of being Tian Chan's man then? Carefully holding his breath and hiding his body, Lin Yi secretly looked around the heroes' gathering hall, but he could not find Zheng Tianjie. Of course, this was because he did not dare to get too close. After all, even apart from the Northern Guard, the people who lived in the heroes' gathering hall were all masters, and there were many masters above the gold core stage. With Lin Yi's strength, if he got too close, he would be courting death. But he'd have to take a risk if he couldn't find the person he was looking for. At this moment, several people appeared from the main gate of the heroes' gathering hall and hurried to a building opposite the guest rooms. Judging from the familiar sign, it should be an alchemy room specially prepared for guests. Lin Yi had used it before, but it was just outside the heroes' gathering hall. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. When he was looking around, he had been to all the other places except the alchemy room. Could it be that Zheng Tianjie was inside? This was not surprising. The reason why he bid with him for the 10-piece set of casting equipment during the day was to get one of the materials to refine the 4th-grade muscle beautifying pill to please Tian Chan. At this moment, it was reasonable for him to refine the pill at night. As expected, after those people waited at the door for a while, the door of the alchemy room opened and the person who walked out was Zheng Tianjie. What kind of bullshit efficiency is this? It's just investigating the background of a country bumpkin. With our alchemy hall's intelligence network, it actually took such a long time. What a useless good-for-nothing. Fortunately, this young master hasn't started refining the flesh beauty pill yet. Otherwise, if I were to be disturbed by you halfway and cause the refining to fail, causing junior sister Tian Chan to be disappointed in this young master, can you bear the responsibility? Zheng Tianjie scolded them to their faces. Those people shrunk their necks and did not dare to talk back. They let Zheng Tianjie scold them for a while. When his anger subsided, they followed Zheng Tianjie to a room not far from the alchemy room to report the information they had found. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not follow them to eavesdrop. Instead, he pondered for a while and slipped into the alchemy room. From what Zheng Tianjie said just now, it was easy to tell that this guy would definitely come back to refine the muscle beautifying pill after listening to those people's reports. For Lin Yi, this was simply a godsend opportunity. Chapter 4023. Lin Yi didn't know whether the materials in front of him were brought by Zheng Tianjie personally or the extreme North Island itself had been placed here in advance and specially prepared for distinguished guests like them. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the display cabinet, he found the 10-piece casting set that was auctioned during the day. Lin Yi glanced at it and counted it. There were only 9 of them. The remaining one had been taken out separately and placed next to the alchemy furnace with the rest of the alchemy materials. It should be prepared by Zheng Tianjie to refine the beauty pill. Fortunately, the remaining 9 casting materials had already covered the 6 that Lin Yi needed. Lin Yi didn't hesitate to put it into the space of the jade pendant. Anyway, these were placed in an inconspicuous corner. Even if Zheng Tianjie came back, he wouldn't notice it in a short time. However, as for the other alchemy materials present, Lin Yi didn't want to touch them. Firstly, it was easy to arouse Zheng Tianjie's suspicion if he took too many. If it wasn't Zheng Tianjie's, then Zheng Tianjie's death would arouse the suspicion of others. Lin Yi didn't want to complicate matters. Time was pressing. Zheng Tianjie might come back at any time. Lin Yi immediately began to prepare the new big killing move. It was impossible for a middle stage of foundation establishment stage to challenge a gold core stage master by conventional means. No matter how powerful Lin Yi's trump card was, or how powerful his martial arts technique was, it was all in vain. In any case, he absolutely couldn't escape the fate of being killed in a second. The only way was to do what he did to Nan Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment stage. He prepared a super true chi bomb in advance and threw it at his face when he was unprepared. It was the same trick. The last time he used it on Xu Lingchong, who was at the peak of foundation establishment stage, it was obviously not effective. Although it was because of insufficient time to prepare. But at least it had proved that with Lin Yi's current strength, it was obviously unrealistic to use the same trick to deal with a gold core stage master whose strength was far above Xu Lingchong. Therefore, Lin Yi began to study a new big killing move. After all, the big killing move in the secular world was already stretched thin on Heavenly Stage Island. They were already stretched thin on Heaven Stage Island and could not continue to be used. The first thing Lin Yi thought of was fusion. He wanted to fuse other people's great killing moves with his own. This was how the Wildfire 8 trigrams palm was created. What Lin Yi was thinking was that if he could fuse other people's big killing moves with his own true chi bomb, in that case, wouldn't its power be greatly increased? He thought about it for a while, and for some reason, he thought of Kang Ming Ming's alchemic fire bomb. In Zhong Liju's notes, Zhunqi and alchemic fire were two completely different forms of energy. When they were forcefully combined by external forces, the power that burst forth from them was something that he had never seen before in his life, and it left him gasping in amazement. Lin Yi, who had been racking his brains, was suddenly enlightened. Not only did he know how to use Zhunqi bombs, but he also knew how to use pill flame bombs. Hence, just like that, a new martial technique was created. However, everything was based on theory, and he had yet to experiment with it. While Zheng Tianjie was not back yet, Lin Yi immediately found a hidden shelf and sat cross-legged, doing two things at the same time. Condensing true chi bomb in one hand and alchemic fire bomb in the other. He tried his best to condense both to the extreme at the same time. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, even with the jade space quickly replenishing the true chi in his body. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was sweaty from the exhaustion. The chi bomb and the fire bomb, when condensed to the extreme, were both deadly. Now that he was doing both at the same time, one could only imagine the intensity of the process. At this moment, Lin Yi's ears trembled slightly. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. Zheng Tianjie was back. What the hell, he's just a grassroots newbie from the North Island, and he dares to come here and challenge me. He's really evil. That's good. It doesn't matter if I kill this kind of trash. Tomorrow, I'll let him die without a burial place. Zheng Tianjie walked into the alchemy room while cursing. Lin Yi's heart suddenly jumped to his throat. In the face of an expert in the gold core stage, he only had one chance to attack with such a huge gap in strength. If he missed, he would definitely die. Moreover, he had already learned a big lesson from his previous encounter with Xu Lingchong. The more powerful an expert was, the smaller the chances left for him. He had to take advantage of the moment when the opponent was the most relaxed and suddenly launch a fatal attack. Otherwise, no matter how fierce the newly developed killer move was, once the opponent dodged it, it would be useless. Therefore, Lin Yi had to be careful and look for the best opportunity. Stepping into the door, Zheng Tianjie casually glanced around the room and did not find anything unusual. It was not that he was afraid of someone sneaking up on him. It was just out of a cautious habit that an alchemist had developed since childhood. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Zheng Tianjie closed the door and walked to the alchemy furnace, ready to start refining the 4th-grade muscle beautifying pill. Until now, Lin Yi still held his breath and did not move. He knew that this was not the time when the opponent was the most relaxed, and it was not the best opportunity. He still needed to wait patiently. Finally, after Zheng Tianjie finished resting, he got up and picked up the prepared materials and put them into the cauldron. Just as he began to condense the elixir fire, something strange happened. Without warning, a pair of palms suddenly emerged from behind him, each holding two kinds of extremely powerful energy. With a roar, both hands suddenly put together in front of Zheng Tianjie's chest. The true Qi bomb and the elixir fire bomb, which were already on the verge of exploding, were forcefully pinched together by an external force at this moment, less than a fist's distance from Zheng Tianjie's face. Zheng Tianjie never thought that someone would dare to hide in the alchemy room and attack him from behind. When he reacted, the true Qi bomb and the elixir fire bomb had collided in front of his face and exploded. Boom! Not only the heroes' gathering hall, but even the entire northernmost island suddenly shook. All kinds of birds and beasts ran wildly in all directions. It was a horrifying scene of the end of the world. At this moment, everyone on the northernmost island couldn't help but be shocked and pale. Everyone was panicking and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. A wretched figure suddenly sprang out from the broken walls of the alchemy room. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had not rushed over, he fled with all his might. This person was Lin Yi. Chapter 40-24. But before that, Lin Yi stayed at the messy scene for a little while. Even if he had to risk being discovered, he had to fake the scene and make it look like an accident. Since Zheng Tianjie liked to let others die by exploding furnaces, then it wouldn't be too much to use this trick. After all, this guy's identity was not trivial. If he was really found to be an assassination, then the entire northernmost island would be investigated, and then it would be a big trouble. But if this guy died because of a cauldron explosion, then it would be his own fault. He couldn't blame anyone else. The extreme North Island could use this excuse to explain to the Hall of Elixirs, and they wouldn't have to risk offending so many important people and search for him. And Lin Yi would be able to escape. Now, Lin Yi, the culprit, was heavily injured, and Zheng Tianjie, who was caught off guard, was hit right in the chest. One could imagine what would happen to him. Even if he was a powerful golden core master, he was still made of flesh and blood. There was no way he could withstand such a horrifying explosion. If it was a pure Qi bomb or a pellet firebomb, Zheng Tianjie might be able to defend himself like Xu Lingchong did, relying on his unparalleled Qi to defend himself, but after the two were combined, it was a completely different concept. Even if Zheng Tianjie was a master of the gold core stage, suddenly encountering such a heaven-defying killing move, he could only be described as certain death. As for whether or not Zheng Tianjie was completely dead, Lin Yi didn't care anymore. One thing was for sure, even if he wasn't completely dead, he wouldn't be far from it, unless Zhongliju was here. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him. The only thing Lin Yi was worried about was whether or not he could escape successfully. The earth-shattering tremor had alerted the entire northernmost island, including the nearby northern guards. The nearby northern guards quickly gathered around after they realized what was going on. With Lin Yi's current state, he would be screwed if they found him. Countless people quickly approached the scene. Lin Yi had purposely chosen a direction with fewer people, and he had the cover of the night. But in the end, he could not resist the crowd from all directions, especially the well-trained northern garrison guards. Others might have gathered around just to watch the show, but the northern garrison was clearly in a state of emergency. Lin Yi was covered in injuries and looked suspicious. It was easier said than done to slip out from under their noses. Lin Yi's movements could not be said to be slow, and he specifically chose to move through the most concealed corners. In this kind of chaotic situation where there were many eyes, the probability of being discovered and suspected was not high. However, he had a fatal problem, and that was his injury. The previous killer move used up a lot of stamina, and now the reflected injuries were even worse. Even if Lin Yi forcefully gritted his teeth and endured, he could clearly feel the rapid loss of physical strength. And at this time, he still hadn't left the Hall of Heroes. "Who is it?" A shout came from the corner in front of them, followed by dense but orderly footsteps. Judging from the sound, it should be a team of northern garrison guards. Lin Yi was shocked and didn't bother to check. Without any hesitation, he pushed open a door and entered. In his current embarrassing state, if he ran into them, he would definitely be arrested by the northern garrison guards as a suspicious person. That would be the end of everything. What was more, Lin Yi's current state was extremely poor. His physical strength was almost overdrawn, and even his genuine chi had become messy. Otherwise, with his hiding ability, he would not have been noticed by the northern garrison guards from so far away. No matter what, he must not be discovered. With that in mind, Lin Yi desperately flashed into the room next to him. But to his great surprise, what he saw was a lovely pink room. The room was very cozy, like a girl's boudoir. Hula, hula, hula. Ning Shuefei hummed a little song while taking a comfortable hot bath. She was in a good mood. At the auction during the day, she had successfully bid for 2 Foundation Establishment bottleneck-breaking elixirs, which were rare treasures. Even in the Middle Island, they could not be bought all the time. She had to book them with the 5 Elements commerce. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky to get them on the island in the north. In this way, she would be able to level up as soon as she touched the barrier. The success rate was almost 100%, which was incomparable to a Foundation Establishment bottleneck-breaking elixir. For a girl like Ning Shuefei who wasn't passionate about strength, the thing she hated the most in her life was nothing more than the boring daily meditation and cultivation. If she was stuck at the bottleneck of leveling up and couldn't make any progress for a long time, or even forced to go into secluded cultivation, that kind of painful experience was something she deeply hated. She didn't want to experience it a second time in her life. Although the Foundation Establishment bottleneck-breaking elixir could not be directly used as an experience elixir like the Foundation Establishment elixir and could level up after eating it, at least it had an unparalleled miraculous effect for breaking through the barrier. It could save a lot of unnecessary seclusion and practice. Therefore, for Ning Shuefei, the harvest on the island in the north this time made her very happy. The only thing in Ning Shuefei's mind now was to ask the people of the Hong Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to see if she could get more elixirs. This time, she came to the island in the north in a hurry and didn't bring too many spiritual jades in her card. Today, she was very lucky to be able to bid for 2 Foundation Establishment bottleneck-breaking elixirs. It was unrealistic to bid for more elixirs with others. She could only think of other ways to discuss privately. This time, the Hong Chamber of Commerce directly took out more than 100 elixirs. Maybe there were still stocks that they hadn't taken out. If she could buy them privately, even if it was just a temporary reservation, it would be an unexpected surprise and worth a try. Just as Ning Shuefei was enjoying her bath, she suddenly saw an embarrassed figure stumbling in from behind the screen, with blood all over his body. Before she could react, he fell into her bathtub with a plop sound. Ah. Ning Shuefei was shocked. In a panic, she grabbed the water ladle next to her and smashed it on the back of Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi was already exhausted and in a very bad state. After being hit by this blow, his eyes rolled up and he directly fainted. However, before he closed his eyes, he still relied on his willpower to say a sentence, "Don't make a sound. When I wake up, I will reward you greatly."